Welcome, dear friends. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to let go of your worries and embrace the tranquility of the moment. As you cozy up, let the gentle narration carry you away, while the soft crackle of the fireplace in the background adds warmth to your evening. This is the perfect time of year to indulge in calming stories, so settle in and let the magic unfold. Story 1. In the quaint village nestled between the rolling hills, where each dawn bathed the cobblestone streets and charming cottages in a golden glow, lived a young girl named Willow. The village was renowned for its vibrant flower boxes that spilled over with the colors of each passing season. Willow, with her quiet demeanor and eyes that sparked with curiosity like the brightest stars, often found herself lost in her own imaginative world, drawn to the wonders that surrounded her like a moth to a flame. Willow's favorite time of year was autumn, when the air turned crisp and the leaves underfoot crunched like nature's own symphony. The scent of apples and cinnamon drifted from the village bakery, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil and fallen leaves. On one such autumn morning, a soft mist clung to the earth, wrapping the village in a gentle embrace. Willow was helping her grandmother in their garden, her fingers brushing against the dew-kissed petals of the blooms that swayed in the gentle breeze. The garden was a riot of color, with the rich purples of asters mingling with the fiery oranges and reds of chrysanthemums, painting a picture of vibrant life. As she reached down to pluck a stubborn dandelion, her fingers brushed against an odd-looking rock half buried in the soil. The earth, damp and cool to the touch, gave way as Willow carefully dug it out. As the soil fell away, she gasped. This was no ordinary rock. It was a smooth, polished stone with an intricate pattern etched into its surface, like the swirling currents of a river frozen in time. The stone's surface was cool and somehow comforting against her skin. "Grandma, look what I found!" she exclaimed, holding up the stone. Her voice was filled with wonder, echoing the stillness of the morning. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a heart as warm as the sun, glanced up from her work, her eyes widening in surprise. A soft smile crept onto her face, and her hands, weathered by time yet steady and strong, reached out to touch the stone. "Why, that's a very special stone, my dear. It's called a Heartstone, and it's said to have magical properties." Her voice was like a gentle melody, weaving magic into her words. Willow's heart raced with excitement. "Magic? What kind of magic?" she inquired, her voice a whisper of anticipation. "Well," her grandmother began, a twinkle in her eye that mirrored the sparkle of the stone, "legend has it that the Heartstone can guide those who possess it to their heart's deepest desire. But it's a journey fraught with challenges, and only those with a pure spirit and an open mind can unlock its true power." As her grandmother's words hung in the air, Willow noticed a change in herself, a burgeoning sense of purpose, a longing to understand not just the Heartstone, but herself as well. From that moment on, Willow was captivated by the Heartstone's mystery. She spent countless hours studying its intricate designs, tracing the swirling patterns with her fingertips, and wondering what adventures awaited her. Each swirl seemed to tell a story, each groove a secret waiting to be unveiled. One twilight evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, Willow sat in her favorite nook by the window. The Heartstone lay before her, bathed in the soft glow of the evening light. Her thoughts wandered to the stories her grandmother had shared, tales of those who had once embarked on similar quests, driven by the stone's mysterious allure. The village library, with its ancient tomes and dusty shelves, had become a second home as she searched for any mention of the Heartstone in its faded pages. One night, as she lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through the window cast a silver sheen across her room. The Heartstone lay beside her, and as she gazed at it, a soft glow emanated from its center. The light danced across the walls, casting flickering shadows that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Willow gasped, and suddenly she found herself transported to a lush, magical forest, unlike anything she had ever seen. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, each breath a reminder of the life pulsing beneath the forest's surface. The distant call of an unknown creature echoed through the trees, a haunting melody that spoke of mysteries untold. A gentle voice, as soft as the rustling leaves, echoed through the forest. "Welcome, Willow. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of self-discovery." The words wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. Emerging from the shadows was a wise old owl, its feathers shimmering with stardust, as if it carried the universe within its wings. "I am Gwendolyn, and I will be your guide," the owl hooted, its eyes glowing with the wisdom of ages. Willow was awestruck, her heart a flutter of excitement and apprehension, but before she could speak, a mischievous fox darted out from behind a nearby bush. His fur was a blaze of orange, and his eyes twinkled with mischief. "Don't forget about me," he yipped. "I'm Rusty, and I'll be keeping things interesting along the way." With her newfound companions at her side, Willow set off on a path that twisted and turned through the enchanted forest. The path was lined with flowers that glowed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering secrets to those who would listen. Trees stretched towards the heavens, their branches entwined in an eternal dance with the wind. At every turn, they encountered wondrous creatures and magical obstacles that challenged Willow's resolve. During their journey, they stumbled upon a tranquil glade, illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. The air was filled with the gentle hum of their wings, creating a symphony of light and sound. In the center of the glade stood a stone circle, ancient and worn by time, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle light. It was here that Gwendolyn paused, her eyes reflecting the glow of the runes. "These stones hold the memories of the forest," she explained. "If you listen closely, they will share their wisdom with you." Willow stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. As she placed her hand on the nearest stone, a warmth spread through her, and she was filled with a sense of belonging. The runes began to glow brighter, and for a moment, Willow could see the past unfold before her, the laughter of children, the wisdom of the elders, and the eternal cycle of life and rebirth. It was a moment of clarity, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The journey continued, and one day they came upon a towering wall of thorns, its sharp barbs forming an impenetrable barrier that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Rusty tried to burrow underneath, but the thorns only grew thicker. Gwendolyn attempted to fly over, but an invisible force pushed her back with a gentle but firm resistance. Willow studied the thorns intently, noticing how they seemed to pulse with energy, each thorn a tiny heartbeat in the great body of the forest. Closing her eyes, she focused her mind and let her heart guide her actions. Slowly, she reached out and gently stroked one of the thorns. To her amazement, it softened under her touch, and soon the entire wall of thorns withered away, revealing a path forward. Gwendolyn beamed with pride, her feathers ruffling in approval. "You see, Willow, true wisdom often lies in kindness and understanding, not force." As they continued their journey, Willow faced many more challenges, each one testing her courage, compassion, and determination. They encountered a river that whispered forgotten dreams, a mountain that sang of ancient times, and a meadow where time moved to the rhythm of the heart. But with the guidance of her loyal friends and the Heartstone's gentle glow, she persevered. Finally, they reached a clearing where a magnificent tree stood, its branches stretching towards the heavens as if trying to touch the stars. Its leaves shimmered in a spectrum of colors, casting rainbows on the ground below. At its base, a glimmering pool reflected the stars above, a mirror of the sky itself. "This is the heart tree," Gwendolyn explained, her voice a soft lullaby. "Gaze into the pool, and you will see your heart's deepest desire." With a trembling hand, Willow dipped the Heartstone into the water. The surface rippled like a gentle breeze across a pond, and an image began to form. A vision of Willow, older and wiser, surrounded by a loving family and a community that looked to her for guidance. Tears of joy filled Willow's eyes as she realized her heart's true desire, to use the wisdom she had gained on her journey to help others find their own paths. From that day forward, Willow carried the Heartstone with her, its magic imbuing her with a deep sense of purpose and compassion. She grew into a beacon of hope and understanding, inspiring others to seek the truths within their own hearts. And though the enchanted forest faded from sight, the lessons Willow learned there remained, guiding her every step of the way, like a warm embrace from an old friend. The village, with its rolling hills and vibrant gardens, became a place where stories of Willow's journey were told for generations, a testament to the magic of a kind heart and an open mind. Years later, Willow, now a wise figure in the village, often found herself seated in her grandmother's garden, sharing tales of her adventures with eager children gathered at her feet. The Heartstone, ever glowing softly, became a symbol of her journey, a reminder that true magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the courage to follow where it leads, and in the kindness found along the way. One day, as the shadows grew long, and the sky was painted with hues of orange and purple, Willow sat by the hearth with her grandmother. Her grandmother's eyes, still bright with the wisdom of years, met Willow's. "You've become quite the storyteller, my dear," she said, her voice a mixture of pride and nostalgia. Willow smiled, the warmth of their shared moments enveloping her like a cherished memory. "It's the stories, Grandma. They live within us, guiding us, connecting us," Willow replied, her voice a gentle echo of the wisdom she had gathered. Her grandmother nodded, her gaze drifting to the Heartstone that lay between them, its surface reflecting the dancing flames of the fire. "And sometimes," she added softly, "the stories we tell become the bridges to our dreams." In that moment, Willow understood that her journey was not just about finding her own path, but also about helping others discover theirs. The Heartstone had not only guided her to her deepest desire, but it also taught her the power of stories and the bonds they create. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Willow realized that her journey was just beginning. Each day a new chapter in the story of her life, woven with threads of magic, kindness, and the enduring power of a heart open to wonders. Story 2. In the dappled embrace of a sunlit forest, where the trees whispered secrets with their rustling leaves, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her wild curls framed her face like a halo, and her sparkling eyes held the infinite wonder of the night sky. Known in her village as the Dreamer, Lila often found herself wondering what lay beyond the familiar paths that wound through their cozy hamlet. Her heart was a compass, pointing her toward the unknown. One golden afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila stood at the edge of her village, the gentle hum of daily life fading behind her. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the cottages, mingling with the earthy scent of the forest. She decided to follow a path she had never taken before, one that seemed to beckon her with its promise of adventure. It wound through the forest, leading her to the edge of a shimmering lake, its waters glistening like 1,000 tiny stars. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and a gentle breeze carried the soft symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs. As Lila approached the lake's edge, she noticed a peculiar gleam beneath the water's surface. Leaning closer, she spotted a tiny, iridescent fish darting about, leaving trails of light in its wake. Entranced, Lila watched as the fish leapt into the air, transforming into a delicate, glowing butterfly. It fluttered around her head, leaving a trail of sparkling dust that tickled her nose and made her giggle. "Welcome, traveler," a melodious voice chimed, echoing through the trees. Lila turned to see a small, round creature perched on a moss-covered stone. It had gentle eyes like polished amber and a coat of soft emerald fur that shimmered in the sunlight. "I am Thistle, the guardian of this grove," the creature introduced itself with a bow. "You have wandered into the Enchanted Hollow, a place where the curious find their courage." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "I've never heard of this place," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Few have," Thistle replied with a twinkle in its eye, "but those who do discover its wonders are forever changed." With Thistle as her guide, Lila ventured deeper into the hollow. They wandered through meadows of luminescent flowers that glowed like tiny lanterns in the gathering twilight, and beneath canopies of trees that seemed to hum with ancient songs. The air was alive with magic, and Lila felt her spirit soar with each step. As they journeyed, Lila encountered whimsical creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were gentle, translucent deer that danced through the mist, their hooves barely grazing the ground, and a family of mischievous sprites who played hide-and-seek among the ferns. Each encounter was a test of her resolve and wisdom. In one clearing, Lila came upon a circle of stones, each engraved with an ancient rune that pulsed with a soft, inner light. She felt drawn to them, sensing a silent story written in their lines, a history of the forest and its magic. Thistle watched her with a knowing smile, for the stones were a testament to those who had come before, seekers of truth and courage like Lila. "These stones," Leela whispered, tracing a finger along the cool, smooth surface, "they hold the memories of others." "Indeed," Thistle affirmed, its voice gentle. "Touch them, and they will share their wisdom." Lila closed her eyes and placed her palms upon a stone. A warmth spread through her fingers, and images danced before her mind's eye, visions of past travelers, each facing their own trials, each finding strength in their hearts. The experience was humbling and empowering, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. When the sprites playfully tangled her in a web of vines, she remembered her grandmother's stories of patience and untangled herself with a steady hand. When a sudden storm rolled in, she found shelter beneath the wide, comforting branches of an ancient oak, trusting in the wisdom of the forest to guide her. As the night deepened, the forest glowed with the soft, warm light of countless fireflies, painting the world in a gentle luminescence. Lila and Thistle arrived at a clearing where a towering tree stood, its bark etched with the history of countless seasons. At its base lay a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the moon like a silver mirror. "This is the heart of the hollow," Thistle explained, its voice a mere whisper in the serene night. "Here, all who seek find their true strength." Lila knelt by the pool, gazing into its depths. She saw her reflection, but it was more than just her face staring back. She saw the courage that had guided her through the forest, the kindness she had shown to every creature she met, and the wonder that had fueled her journey. It was a moment of revelation, a quiet dawning of understanding that filled her heart with warmth. "I see now," Lila said softly, a smile spreading across her face. "Exploration is not just about discovering new places, but also uncovering the strength within ourselves." Thistle nodded, its eyes gleaming with approval. "And with that wisdom, you are ready to return." As dawn began to sprinkle the horizon with light, Thistle led Lila back through the enchanted pathways. The forest, once mysterious and vast, now felt like an old friend, its wonders etched forever in her memory. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the village was waking to the gentle hum of morning. The familiar sights and sounds greeted her, but she felt different, lighter, braver, and filled with a newfound sense of belonging. Her journey into the Enchanted Hollow had come to an end, but the courage and wonder she had discovered there would stay with her, guiding her through all the adventures life had yet to offer. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and eyes that sparkled with dreams, Lila returned to her home, ready to share her tales by the fireside, where stories of courage and exploration would inspire others to seek their own enchanted paths. As the fire crackled warmly, Leela knew that her journey was just the beginning. Before drifting off to sleep, she gazed out her window, where the stars winked back at her like old friends. She thought of the Enchanted Hollow, its mysteries still lingering in her mind. In the weeks that followed, Lila often found herself returning to that magical place in her thoughts. Her dreams were filled with visions of the creatures she had met and the lessons she had learned. One evening, as she sat by the fire, she began to notice something unusual in her village, a fading sense of wonder among its people, a certain reluctance to explore beyond what was known. Driven by the memory of her own journey, Lila decided to share what she had seen and felt. With each story she told, she noticed a spark igniting in the eyes of the villagers. Her tales of the Enchanted Hollow became more than just stories. They became a call to adventure, a gentle reminder that there was more to life than the confines of the familiar. One day, a young boy approached her, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Will you take me to the Enchanted Hollow?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and trepidation. Lila smiled, recognizing in him the same yearning she once held. "I can show you the path," she replied, "but the journey is yours to make." Together, they stood at the edge of the forest, the sun casting its golden light upon them. As the boy took his first steps into the unknown, Lila felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing she had passed on the courage and wonder she had discovered. And so, the legacy of the Enchanted Hollow continued, as each traveler found their own strength and shared it with others. Lila watched as her village slowly transformed, its people more open to the beauty and mystery of the world around them. Her own journey had indeed just begun, and she understood that exploration was a lifelong adventure, one that led not only to distant places, but also to the depths of her own heart. With a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, Lila closed her eyes, her spirit soaring with the promise of endless discovery. As Lila settled into her newfound role as a storyteller, she began to notice subtle changes in herself. Her confidence grew, not just in her ability to tell tales, but in her capacity to lead and inspire others. She started to organize small gatherings, inviting villagers to share their own stories and dreams. These gatherings became a cherished tradition, a time when the community came together, their bonds strengthened by the shared belief in the power of imagination. One evening, as the village gathered around the fire, an elder approached Lila. Her eyes were wise and kind, her face lined with the stories of a life well lived. "Lila," she began, her voice carrying the weight of years, "your stories have rekindled a spirit in this village that I feared was lost. But remember, every storyteller must also be a listener. There is wisdom in the voices of others." Lila nodded, taking the elder's words to heart. She realized that while she had shared much, she had also learned from the stories of those around her. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of their community, each voice an essential part of the whole. Inspired by this newfound understanding, Lila decided to journey beyond her village, visiting neighboring hamlets and towns. She carried with her a small satchel filled with trinkets from the Enchanted Hollow, feathers from the ethereal birds, smooth stones from the circle, and vials of sparkling dust from the butterfly's dance. These tokens served as tangible reminders of the magic that existed beyond the walls of familiarity. In each place she visited, Lila listened to the stories of others, exchanging tales and building connections. She discovered that every village had its own version of an enchanted hollow, a place where the extraordinary met the everyday. These places, she realized, were not always physical. Sometimes they existed in the hearts and minds of the people who dared to dream. During one of her travels, Lila encountered a wise old woman named Elara, who lived in a quaint cottage at the edge of a dense forest. Elara was known as the keeper of forgotten stories, and her home was filled with ancient scrolls and artifacts from distant lands. Intrigued, Lila spent hours listening to Elara's tales, absorbing the wisdom of generations past. "You see, Lila," Elara said one evening, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves outside, "stories are like rivers. They flow from one generation to the next, shaping the landscape of our hearts. To truly understand them, you must immerse yourself in their waters, let them carry you to new places." This encounter left a profound impact on Lila, deepening her appreciation for the stories she carried and shared. She realized that storytelling was not just about inspiring others, but also about preserving the essence of humanity's collective journey. As the seasons turned, Lila returned to her village, her heart full of the stories she had gathered. She was no longer just a dreamer. She was a weaver of worlds, a keeper of wonder. Her journey had led her far and wide, but it had also brought her back to where she started, home, with a heart brimming with the richness of shared experiences. And so, in the quiet moments of dusk, as the village settled into the embrace of twilight, Lila would sit by the fire, her voice a gentle melody weaving through the night. Her tales of the Enchanted Hollow and the journeys beyond became a beacon, guiding others to seek their own paths of courage and discovery. With each story she told, Lila passed on the legacy of the Enchanted Hollow, ensuring that its magic would live on in the hearts of those who dared to dream. And as the stars twinkled above, she knew that the journey of exploration, both around and within, was a gift that would continue to unfold, one story at a time. Story 3. In the enchanting village of Twinkleton, where cobblestone streets wound like ribbons through lush rolling hills, and every house wore a hat of wildflowers, there lived a peculiar bunch of villagers. The scent of blooming lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread from the village bakery. Each resident possessed a little sparkle of magic that set them apart in the most delightful ways. Their quirks, as much a part of the village as the ancient oak standing proudly at the village green. The village itself seemed to hum with an unspoken melody, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant laughter that wrapped around the heart like a warm embrace. Mr. Nibbles, the baker, was a man of hearty laughter and warmth, his doughy hands capable of kneading bread that giggled softly as it rose, the sound a gentle tickle to the ear like the whisper of a warm breeze. His loaves, famous throughout the land for their delightful laughter, made breakfast a jolly affair. The villagers often found themselves smiling even before taking the first bite, the bread's infectious chuckles lifting their spirits. Yet behind his jovial exterior, Mr. Nibbles harbored a quiet longing for companionship, his heart yearning for someone to share his laughter with beyond the bakery's walls. In the quiet moments before dawn, as he prepared his dough, he would often look out the window, watching the first light paint the village rooftops, wondering if there was someone out there who could see the world as he did, through a lens of warmth and joy. Then there was Miss Taffy, the candlestick maker, who crafted candles that danced and twirled in the air before settling into their holders, casting a warm, waltzing glow in every room. Her cozy shop was filled with the scent of honey and beeswax, and the sight of her candles pirouetting gracefully in midair was a wonder to behold. Miss Taffy, with her gentle eyes and nimble fingers, was known for her kindness and her penchant for helping those in need, often lending a listening ear to the villagers' troubles, her shop a haven of light and comfort. Despite her gentle nature, there was a quiet strength in her, an unyielding belief that even the smallest flicker of light could chase away the deepest shadows. She carried this hope in her heart, hoping to ignite it in others through her creations. The heart of Twinkleton, though, was the village green, where a gentle old oak tree spread its branches wide, as if to embrace the sky. Its leaves rustled softly in the wind, a soothing lullaby that seemed to whisper secrets of the earth. Beneath its boughs, the villagers gathered for picnics, stories, and most importantly, the annual Whimsy Fair, a day filled with laughter, games, and all the delightful oddities one could imagine. The fair was a tapestry of colors and sounds, with stalls brimming with peculiar trinkets and the air alive with the sound of merry laughter. The sense of anticipation and community was palpable, every heart beating in unison with the rhythm of excitement that pulsed through the village. One sunny morning, as the village buzzed with preparations for the fair, an unexpected hiccup of magic rippled through Twinkleton. It all began with a sneeze, not just any sneeze, but a thundering, echoing sneeze that belonged to none other than Professor Bumble, the village inventor. His workshop, a cluttered haven of whirring gizmos and bug concoctions, was the birthplace of wondrous inventions. The professor himself was a whirlwind of energy, his eyes always alight with curiosity and his hair perpetually standing on end. His mind, a kaleidoscope of ideas and dreams, often wandered into realms uncharted, driven by a relentless pursuit of wonder and innovation. Professor Bumble was known for his remarkable contraptions, from self-stirring teapots to umbrellas that sang in the rain. But on this particular morning, his latest invention, the feather flinger, a device designed to tickle clouds into producing gentle rain, had gone awry. Instead of rain, it had unleashed a cascade of giggling feathers that swirled through the village like a flock of mischievous pixies. The feathers glimmered like spun gold in the sunlight, their laughter a tinkling melody that danced through the streets. The air became alive with their playful energy, turning Twinkleton into a whimsical carousel of floating delight. The feathers tickled everyone and everything in their path, causing the villagers to burst into fits of laughter. Even the usually stoic Mr. Puddlemore, the blacksmith, was seen chuckling as he chased after a particularly cheeky feather that had nestled in his beard. His forge, usually filled with the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil, rang instead with the sound of his deep, booming laughter. Mr. Puddlemore, known for his stern demeanor and unwavering work ethic, found himself loosening up, realizing that perhaps there was more to life than the constant clang of metal, a lesson in joy he hadn't expected. It was as if the feathers had peeled back the layers of his stern exterior, revealing a heart that had longed for levity and laughter. As the feathers floated and twirled, the villagers gathered under the oak tree, trying to catch their breath between giggles. It was there that they realized the giggling feathers had a magical side effect. They made everything they touched float ever so gently. Cakes hovered just out of reach, hats bobbed above heads, and even the village's beloved cat, Whiskers, was found gracefully paddling through the air like a furry little dirigible. Whiskers meowed in delight, her paws batting at the feathers as if playing with invisible strings. Amidst the laughter and floating pastries, the villagers decided they needed to solve the magical muddle before the whimsy fair began. After all, it wouldn't do to have the fairground's tents and tables drifting away on a feather-bound breeze. It was young Pip, a bright-eyed lad with an adventurous spirit and a knack for seeing things differently, who proposed a plan. "Why not use the magic to add a touch of wonder to the fair?" he suggested, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "We can tether the floating things with ribbons and turn it into a sky fair." Pip's suggestion, delivered with such earnest enthusiasm, sparked a flurry of activity and creativity. His youthful courage and perspective reminded the villagers of the boundless possibilities that come with a bit of imagination and daring. The villagers buzzed with enthusiasm at the idea. They set to work, gathering every ribbon, string, and piece of twine they could find. Mrs. Marigold, the seamstress, quickly sewed together a patchwork of colorful cloths to create a canopy of vibrant hues that would flutter beneath the floating fairground. Her nimble fingers worked swiftly, the sound of scissors snipping through fabric and the rhythmic hum of her sewing machine adding a musical undertone to the bustling preparations. Mrs. Marigold, who often spent her days in quiet solitude, found herself invigorated by the communal effort, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of belonging. This collaborative spirit reawakened her passion for her craft as she realized the profound impact of her creations beyond the confines of her sewing room. As the sun climbed higher, casting golden beams through the tree's leaves, Twinkleton transformed into a whimsical wonderland. The fairground floated gently, tethered by ribbons that shimmered in the breeze. Floating stalls sold sweets and treats, while children, safely tethered with their own ribbons, gleefully paddled through the air, their laughter mingling with the giggling feathers. The entire scene was a kaleidoscope of colors and joy, with the sky painted in vibrant hues and the air filled with the scent of cotton candy and popcorn. Professor Bumble, feeling a bit sheepish about his sneeze-induced mishap, turned his feather flinger into a feather catcher, gently gathering the enchanted feathers so they wouldn't cause any more surprise flights. But he left just enough floating magic to keep the fair aloft for the day, ensuring everyone could enjoy a fair unlike any other. The professor's eyes twinkled with a mix of relief and pride as he watched his invention contribute to the day's enchantment. He realized that sometimes the most unexpected outcomes of his inventions could lead to the most enchanting experiences. As evening fell and the first stars began to twinkle above, the villagers gathered once more beneath the oak tree, their hearts light and happy. The tree's leaves rustled softly, as if applauding the day's adventures. They shared stories of their unexpected adventure and marveled at how creativity and a bit of magic had turned a potential disaster into a day of pure delight. The sense of unity and shared joy created a bond that seemed to twine around the heart of every villager, knitting the community closer together. With the last of the giggling feathers safely tucked away, the villagers floated back to their homes, their dreams buoyed by the laughter and joy of the day's whimsical wonders. And as the village settled under the starry sky, it was said that Twinkleton itself seemed to smile, its heart forever enchanted by the magic of friendship and the joy of unexpected adventures. The gentle breeze carried the sound of distant laughter, a reminder that in Twinkleton, magic was always just a heartbeat away. Yet, as the village drifted into slumber, young Pip lay awake, his mind buzzing with possibilities. He realized that today had taught him something invaluable, that magic, once shared and celebrated, could transform not just a day, but the very spirit of a community. And as he drifted off to sleep, his dreams were filled with visions of future adventures, where the wonders of Twinkleton would continue to unfold, weaving tales of enchantment and unity for generations to come. Pip's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, knowing that he, too, was a part of this magical tapestry, ready to explore the endless possibilities that lay ahead. In the days following the fair, the village seemed to shimmer with a renewed vibrancy, as if the magic of that day had seeped into the very stones of Twinkleton. Mr. Nibbles found himself lingering a little longer at the village square, sharing laughter and stories with Miss Taffy as they discussed plans for a collaborative project, a candlelight baking night, where her twirling candles would illuminate his laughing loaves. Their friendship blossomed, both finding in each other a kindred spirit who understood the delicate balance of magic and craft. Miss Taffy, inspired by the fair's success, began crafting a special candle infused with bits of feather magic designed to lift one's spirits and lighten heavy hearts. The villagers who visited her shop found a new kind of solace in those candles, their soft glow a reminder of the joy and unity that had brought them all together. Miss Taffy's hope that a flicker of light could chase away shadows seemed to manifest more vividly with each candle she crafted. Professor Bumble, encouraged by the unintended success of his feather flinger, embarked on a new project with renewed vigor. He envisioned a series of inventions that could bring joy and wonder to everyday life, determined to create a legacy of delight and discovery for Twinkleton. His workshop buzzed with newfound energy, and his laughter, once a faint echo amidst the clatter of inventions, now filled the space with warmth and exuberance. As for young Pip, his heart brimming with excitement and dreams, he spent his days exploring the village with a journal in hand, jotting down ideas and sketches for future endeavors. His imagination soared, fueled by the belief that in Twinkleton, no dream was too whimsical to be realized. His journey had just begun, and with each step, he carried the magic of that extraordinary day, a magic that promised to guide him and the village into a future filled with endless possibilities and enchanting adventures. The village of Twinkleton, with its cobblestone streets and wildflower-crowned houses, continued to be a place where magic was woven into the fabric of everyday life, inviting all who entered to share in its warmth and wonder. As the seasons changed, Twinkleton remained a beacon of light and laughter. The annual Whimsy Fair became a cherished tradition, drawing visitors from neighboring villages who came to marvel at the Sky Fair and the unique magic that defined the heart of Twinkleton. The village's reputation as a place where joy and wonder thrived spread far and wide, attracting travelers eager to experience its enchanting charm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, the villagers gathered once more beneath the old oak tree. The breeze carried the scent of lavender and the distant sound of laughter, a gentle reminder of the magic that had brought them all together. As they shared stories and dreams beneath the starlit canopy, it became clear that Twinkleton was not just a village, but a living tapestry of love, laughter, and limitless possibilities, a place where magic was always just a heartbeat away. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves danced like emerald butterflies in the soft breeze, there lived an assortment of creatures, each more charming than the last. Among them was Oliver, the squirrel with a penchant for collecting colorful acorns. Unlike his fellow squirrels who stored away the usual brown nuts for the winter, Oliver sought out acorns in shades of blue, pink, and even gold, believing they held the secrets of the forest's magic. Every morning, as the first light bathed the woods in a golden hue, Oliver would scamper through the underbrush, his keen eyes scanning for any hint of color amidst the earthy tones. His collection was his pride, a kaleidoscope of possibilities tucked away in his cozy nook high in the trees. The air around him always carried the scent of rich loam and the crisp freshness of nature's breath. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, Oliver chattered excitedly to his best friend Lily, a sprightly little mouse with a love for storytelling. Lily, with her soft gray fur and sparkling eyes, had a knack for weaving tales that would leave even the most skeptical of owls wide-eyed with wonder. "Today is the day, Lily," Oliver exclaimed, his bushy tail quivering with excitement. "Today, I'm going to find the legendary rainbow acorn." Lily's whiskers twitched with curiosity. "The rainbow acorn? I've heard it can grant wishes. But where will you find it?" Oliver grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The old oak told me it's hidden in the enchanted glade, beyond the babbling brook and past the singing stones. The old oak was a revered figure in the forest, his trunk gnarled with age and wisdom. His stories were whispered legends, tales that carried truths only the oldest trees knew. His leaves rustled softly, a gentle reminder of the ancient secrets he harbored. Before setting off, Oliver and Lily decided to pay a visit to the old oak. They approached the majestic tree, its bark etched with the passage of countless seasons, and stood in respectful silence as the tree began to speak, its voice a low, resonant murmur that seemed to vibrate through the earth itself. "Oliver, my dear," the old oak rumbled, "the journey you embark upon is not just about finding the rainbow acorn. It is a path of learning and understanding. Remember, magic is woven through the choices you make." Nodding solemnly, Oliver felt a warmth spread through his chest. With renewed determination, the two friends set off on their adventure, their tiny feet padding softly over the moss-covered ground. As they made their way through the forest, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the cheerful chirping of birds. The forest seemed alive with anticipation, as if it too was eager to see if Oliver would succeed. Their first stop was the babbling brook, a lively stream that gurgled and laughed as it tumbled over smooth pebbles. To cross it, they needed the help of Timothy, the wise old turtle who lived by its banks. Timothy was known for his slow but thoughtful nature, and he greeted Oliver and Lily with a gentle smile. "Good day, young ones," he said in his deep, soothing voice. "What brings you to my part of the woods?" Oliver explained their quest, and Timothy nodded knowingly. "Ah, the rainbow acorn, a noble pursuit. To cross my stream you must answer a riddle. What runs but never walks, has a bed but never sleeps, and has a mouth but never talks?" Lily pondered for a moment, her tiny brow furrowed in concentration. Then, with a delighted squeak, she said, "A river." Timothy chuckled, pleased with her answer. "Well done, little mouse. You may pass." With that, Timothy stretched his sturdy shell across the water, forming a bridge for Oliver and Lily to cross. On the other side, they soon arrived at the Singing Stones, a circle of smooth, round rocks that hummed a merry tune whenever the wind blew through them. The stones seemed to pulse with a rhythm, a heartbeat of the forest itself. Here they encountered the musical magpies, a pair of birds who loved to sing in harmony. The magpies fluttered down from the trees, their black and white feathers gleaming in the sunlight. "What brings you to our stones?" they asked in a melodious chorus. Oliver explained their quest, and the magpies chirped with delight. "To pass, you must join us in song. Sing with joy, and the way will be open to you." Lily, with her melodious voice, began a cheerful tune about the wonders of the forest. Oliver joined in, his enthusiasm more than making up for his lack of musical talent. Together with the magpies, their song filled the air, and the stones seemed to vibrate with happiness. Satisfied with their performance, the magpies pointed the way to the enchanted glade, where the rainbow acorn awaited. As they entered the glade, the sunlight danced through the leaves, creating a kaleidoscope of colors on the ground. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches heavy with acorns of every hue imaginable. Among them, nestled in a swirl of leaves, was the rainbow acorn, shimmering with all the colors of the spectrum. Oliver and Lily approached with awe, their eyes wide with wonder. Just as Oliver reached out to take the acorn, a playful giggle echoed through the glade. Out popped a tiny fairy named Pippin, her wings a blur of iridescent hues. "Welcome, brave adventurers," Pippin said, her voice as light as a breeze. "You found the rainbow acorn," Oliver beamed with pride. "Does this mean we can make a wish?" Pippin twinkled with mirth. "Indeed, but remember, wishes are tricky things. Choose wisely." Oliver and Lily exchanged a thoughtful glance. After a moment's consideration, Oliver said, "We wish for a forest where every creature is happy and has plenty of what they need." Pippin clapped her tiny hands, and a shower of sparkling light enveloped the glade. The animals in the forest felt the magic ripple through the trees, and a sense of peace and contentment settled over the woods. As the magic settled, Oliver felt a deeper understanding of his surroundings, as if seeing the forest through new eyes. He realized that the quest for the rainbow acorn was not just about the acorn itself, but the journey it led them on, one that deepened friendships and revealed the heart of the forest. Before they left the glade, Pippin beckoned them closer, her expression more serious now. "Remember," she whispered, "the true magic lies not in the acorn, but in the choices you make and the love you share." The rainbow acorn, its purpose fulfilled, glowed warmly before disappearing into the branches of the tree, waiting for the next worthy seeker. As they journeyed back, Oliver and Lily found themselves walking through a part of the forest they had never explored before. The trees here were older, their bark thick and rough, like the skin of ancient giants. The air was cooler, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of gold, illuminating the path ahead. They came upon a hidden grove, where the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the air was filled with the scent of wildflowers. In the center of the grove stood a small pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. It was a place of tranquility, untouched by time. Lily paused, her eyes wide with wonder. "I've never seen this place before," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle rustling of leaves. Oliver nodded, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. "It's like a secret garden," he said, his voice filled with awe. The pond shimmered in the afternoon light, and a gentle ripple spread across its surface. As they watched, a small family of deer emerged from the trees, their movements graceful as they made their way to the water's edge. The sight filled Oliver and Lily with a profound sense of connection to the forest and its inhabitants. As they lingered, an old badger named Marlowe appeared, his coat tinged with silver from age. He was the keeper of stories, and the grove was his sanctuary. Marlowe had watched over the forest for many seasons, his eyes a well of wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, young friends," Marlowe greeted them with a nod, his voice a soothing rumble. "This place holds the stories of the forest, where time slows and memories linger." Oliver and Lily sat with Marlowe by the pond, listening as he shared tales of the forest's history, of ancient trees that had walked the earth, and of magic that flowed like the wind. His words painted vivid pictures in their minds, deepening their appreciation for the world around them. They sat together in silence, watching the deer drink from the pond, their reflections dancing on the water. In that moment, Oliver realized that the forest's magic was not just in the acorns he collected or the tales Lily wove, but in the harmony and beauty that surrounded them every day. With their mission complete, Oliver and Lily made their way back home, their hearts light with joy and their friendship strengthened by the adventure. They reflected on the day's journey, realizing that they had learned as much about themselves as they had about the forest's magic. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, the forest animals gathered to celebrate. There was laughter and song, and everyone agreed it was the happiest they had ever been. The celebration was held in a clearing adorned with wildflowers, their petals unfurling in the cool evening air. A gentle breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine, mingling with the soft, rhythmic croaking of frogs and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of the night. And so, in the whispering woods, where the leaves told stories and the brook sang lullabies, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives touched by a bit of magic and a lot of love. As Oliver and Lily curled up in their cozy nests that night, they dreamed of new adventures, confident that, together, they could face whatever the forest had in store. And in the quiet of the night, the whispering woods seemed to sigh with contentment, cradling its inhabitants in a gentle embrace, the leaves whispering promises of more tales to come. Story 5. Title: The Whispering Glade. In the heart of the tranquil village of Eldergrove, where cobblestone paths were lined with ancient oaks and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming lavender, there lay a secret known only to a select few. It was a secret hidden within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves, a hidden world nestled in the depths of the whispering glade. As the sun cast its golden light over the rolling hills, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a gentle young girl named Lila made her way through the village. Her hair, the color of ripened wheat, danced in the evening breeze, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of the world around her. Lila was known for her kindness and her ability to listen more deeply than anyone else. She had a way of understanding the unspoken, a gift that brought comfort to those around her. Lila's days were filled with small acts of kindness, helping an elderly neighbor with her garden, reading to the children in the village square, or simply listening to those who needed a sympathetic ear. Yet, beneath her serene exterior lay a yearning for something more, a desire to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar confines of her village. The village of Eldergrove was a tapestry of history and tradition. The cobblestones beneath Lila's feet were worn smooth by generations of villagers, each with their own stories etched into the fabric of the community. The elders often gathered in the village square, sharing tales of times long past, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves that whispered secrets from the glade. It was on one such evening, as the village settled down and the stars began to twinkle in the dusking sky, that Lila felt the familiar tug of adventure. Clutched in her hand was a small, intricately carved wooden box, an heirloom passed down through generations of her family. It was said to hold a magical ability, one that revealed itself only to those with an open heart. "Be cautious, Lila," her grandmother had whispered as she handed over the box. "The magic within is not to be taken lightly. It is a gift that must be used wisely." Intrigued by the mystery, Lila decided to seek answers in the heart of the Whispering Glade, a place she had only heard about in bedtime stories. The glade was said to be a realm where the natural world and the magical intertwined, a sanctuary for those who dared to believe in the extraordinary. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the world around her transformed. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisting and turning like ancient sentinels guarding the secrets of the earth. The air was alive with the chirping of crickets and the soft hoots of owls, creating a symphony of nature that enveloped Lila in a warm embrace. The scent of pine mingled with the crispness of fallen leaves, crafting a fragrance that was at once invigorating and soothing. With each step, the whispers grew louder, guiding her towards the heart of the glade. The path was lit by the gentle glow of fireflies, their light casting a soft luminescence that made the forest feel like a dreamscape. Lila's heart quickened with anticipation, each beat resonating with the pulse of the world around her. Finally, she arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall of leaves. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned her steps. As Lila approached the tree, she noticed a small opening at its base, just large enough for her to crawl through. Without hesitation, she kneeled down and peered inside. The space beyond was filled with a soft, inviting glow, beckoning her to enter. Taking a deep breath, Lila crawled through the opening and emerged into a world that took her breath away. It was as if she had stepped into a painting, a hidden world where the colors were more vibrant, the air more fragrant, and the sounds more harmonious. The glade was alive with creatures both familiar and fantastical. Butterflies with wings of shimmering silver fluttered around her, while tiny creatures that looked like a cross between rabbits and squirrels scampered playfully through the grass. A gentle brook wound its way through the landscape, its waters singing a melody that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth. Lila stood in awe, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty that surrounded her. It was then that she noticed a figure approaching from the shadows, a young boy with hair the color of midnight and eyes that glimmered like stars. "Welcome, Lila," he said, his voice as soft as the wind through the trees. "I am Finn, guardian of the Whispering Glade." A warm smile spread across Layla's face as she extended her hand in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Finn. I've heard so much about this place, but I never imagined it would be so magical." Finn chuckled, his laughter like the tinkling of bells. "The glade holds many wonders, and it reveals its secrets only to those who truly listen." Together they walked through the glade, Finn pointing out the various creatures and plants that thrived in this hidden world. He spoke of the harmony that existed between the inhabitants of the glade and the magic that sustained them. As they walked, Lila felt a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. It was as if the glade was a part of her, and she was a part of it, a connection that transcended the boundaries of the ordinary world. But as the night wore on, Lila's thoughts turned to the wooden box in her pocket, and the questions that had brought her to the glade in the first place. "Finn," she began hesitantly, "I have a gift, an heirloom from my family. It's said to hold a magical ability, but I don't know how to use it. Finn paused, his expression thoughtful. Magic is a part of all things, Lila. It is in the wind that whispers through the leaves, in the water that flows through the brook, and in the hearts of those who believe. Your gift is no different. He gestured to a small, secluded corner of the glade where a circle of stones lay nestled in the grass. Sit with me, and let's see what your gift has to reveal. Lila settled herself on the soft moss, cradling the wooden box in her hands. With Finn's gentle encouragement, she opened the lid to reveal a delicate amulet, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change in the moonlight. As she held the amulet, Lila felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle tingling that filled her with a sense of peace and clarity. It was as if the amulet resonated with her very being, amplifying the whispers of the glade and revealing a deeper truth. In that moment, Lila understood the nature of her gift. It was not a power to be wielded, but a connection to be nurtured, a bridge between the world she knew and the hidden realms of magic. Through the amulet, she could hear the voices of the forest, feel the pulse of the earth, and understand the language of the wind. As the realization washed over her, Lila felt a sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought her to this moment. She had discovered not only the magic within the amulet, but also the magic within herself, a magic that was rooted in kindness, empathy, and the willingness to listen. Together, Lila and Finn sat in the glade, their hearts united in friendship and understanding. The night deepened, and the stars shone brightly overhead, casting their light upon the glade and its inhabitants. As the first light of dawn began to break, Lila knew it was time to return to the village. She rose to her feet, the amulet resting gently against her chest, a reminder of the hidden world she had come to know and the magic that lay within her. "Thank you, Finn," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "You've shown me a world I never knew existed, and for that, I am forever grateful." Finn smiled, his eyes twinkling with a light that mirrored the stars. "The glade will always be here, Lila. Whenever you need it, just listen to the whispers of the wind, and they will guide you back." With a final farewell, Lila made her way back through the forest, her heart light with the knowledge of the magic that surrounded her. The journey had changed her, not in the way she had expected, but in a way that enriched her life and deepened her understanding of the world. As she emerged from the forest and stepped onto the cobblestone paths of Eldergrove, Lila felt a sense of peace and contentment. She carried within her the lessons of the glade, a reminder that magic was not something to be found, but something to be cherished and shared with those around her. Back in Eldergrove, Lila's transformation did not go unnoticed. Her newfound serenity and quiet confidence drew others to her, as if she carried with her a piece of the glade's magic. Her grandmother, who had given her the wooden box, sensed the change and approached her one evening as the village settled into its nightly slumber. "Lila, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice a gentle murmur like the rustle of leaves, "I see the glade has bestowed its wisdom upon you." Lila nodded, her eyes alight with the memories of her journey. "Yes, grandmother, it was more beautiful and profound than I ever imagined." Her grandmother smiled, her eyes filled with a mixture of pride and nostalgia. The glade reveals itself to those who are ready to embrace its mysteries. It is a place where the past meets the present, where our ancestors' whispers guide us. Lila took her grandmother's hand, feeling the warmth of their shared history. "I understand now. The amulet is more than just a family heirloom. It's a link to something greater." Her grandmother's gaze softened, and she nodded. "Indeed, it is a reminder of our roots and the magic within us. Use it wisely, Lila, and always listen to the whispers of your heart." With those words, Lila felt the weight of her family's legacy settle comfortably upon her shoulders. She realized that her journey into the Whispering Glade had not only connected her to the magical realm, but had also deepened her connection to her own history and family. As she continued to explore the Glade's secrets and share its wonders with others, Lila discovered new facets of her gift. She learned to communicate with the creatures of the forest, to interpret the songs of the wind, and to find solace in the gentle embrace of nature. Her bond with Finn grew stronger, and together they watched over the glade, ensuring its harmony and protecting its secrets. Through their friendship, Lila found courage, wisdom, and a profound sense of belonging. One afternoon, while sitting by the brook with Finn, Lila felt a subtle shift in the air. The leaves rustled in a manner unlike before, and a gentle glow emanated from the amulet around her neck. Finn noticed her surprised expression and leaned closer. "What's happening, Finn?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Finn's eyes danced with excitement. "The glade is responding to you, Lila. Your presence and understanding have awakened an ancient magic." As they watched, the brook's waters began to shimmer, revealing scenes from the past, moments of joy, sorrow, and resilience shared by the village's ancestors. Lila saw images of her grandmother as a young girl, exploring the glade with the same sense of wonder. She saw the bonds formed between people and nature, the love and respect that had nurtured the glade for generations. Tears of gratitude filled Lila's eyes as she realized the depth of her connection to this place. The glade was not just a magical realm. It was a living tapestry woven with the stories of those who came before her. These stories were a testament to the enduring magic of connection and the power of belief. As the images faded, Lila turned to Finn, her heart full. "Thank you, Finn, for everything." Finn nodded, his expression serene. "It's been an honor to share the glade with you, Lila. Remember, the magic here is part of you now, as it has been with all who truly listen." And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit alight with possibility, Lila returned to her village, ready to face the world with a newfound sense of purpose and the gentle whisper of magic in her soul. The glade had not only revealed its secrets, but it also unveiled the magic of connection, love, and understanding, a magic that would forever guide her path. As she walked the familiar cobblestone paths, she knew that the Whispering Glade was a part of her now, a source of strength and inspiration she could always return to, just as the whispers of the wind promised. In the following days, Lila found herself drawn to the village's ancient library, a place she had seldom visited before. There, amidst the dusty tomes and faded scrolls, she discovered records of other villagers who had ventured into the glade throughout history. Their experiences, carefully chronicled, spoke of the glade's timeless magic and its role in shaping the identity of Eldergrove. Lila spent hours poring over these tales, gaining insight into the lives of those who had come before her. She learned of their struggles and triumphs, their hopes and fears, and the ways in which the glade had guided them. With each story, her connection to the village deepened, and her understanding of her own place within its tapestry grew. Inspired by these stories, Lila began to write her own account of her journey into the Whispering Glade. She hoped that her words would one day inspire others to seek out the magic within themselves and to cherish the wonders of the world around them. As she penned her tale, Lila felt a profound sense of fulfillment, knowing that she was contributing to the legacy of the glade and the village she loved. The Whispering Glade had not only revealed its mysteries to her, but it also awakened a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. And so, with each word she wrote, Lila wove her own story into the rich tapestry of Eldergrove, ensuring that the magic of the glade would continue to inspire generations to come. 6. Title: The Enchanted Lantern. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, and the moonlight danced through the canopy like 1,000 tiny fairies, there was a village named Harbor Tree. It was a quaint little settlement where the cottages were woven with ivy and the cobblestones whispered tales of old travelers. The villagers, known for their warm smiles and hearty laughter, often gathered in the village square to share stories and songs that echoed through the night. At the edge of this village stood a peculiar little shop. Its sign, crafted from intricately carved wood, swung gently in the breeze, reading, "Illuminations and Inspirations." Inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of cinnamon and old parchment, and shelves lined the walls, brimming with lanterns of every conceivable shape and color. These were no ordinary lanterns, for each held a secret, a tiny, magical world that could only be unlocked by those with pure intentions and a kind heart. The shop was tended by a gentle soul named Alden, whose age was as indeterminate as the stars in the sky. His eyes, though, were as bright as the lanterns he tended, twinkling with a timeless wisdom. Alden had a special talent for seeing the light within people, and he took great joy in helping them find the lantern that would guide them on their path. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced like golden flames in the cool breeze, a young girl named Lyra entered the shop. She was a curious spirit, with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair that tumbled down her back like a waterfall of midnight. Lyra had always felt a deep connection to the forest, and her heart yearned for adventure and the mysteries that lay beyond the borders of her village. "Good evening, Lyra," Alden greeted her with a warm smile, his voice as soothing as a gentle stream. "What brings you to my little corner of the world today?" Lyra gazed around the shop, her eyes wide with wonder. "I've heard tales of your lanterns, Alden. They say they hold magic within them, and I wish to see for myself." Alden chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Indeed, they do hold magic, but each one is unique, and their secrets are revealed only to those who are ready to see." Lyra wandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushing the lanterns. Each one glowed with its own soft, inviting light, but none seemed to call out to her. Her heart sank a little, until she reached a small, unassuming lantern tucked away in a corner. It was made of simple brass, its glass panels etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like frost on a winter morning. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and the lantern glowed with a soft, golden light. "This one?" Lyra whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. Alden nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Ah, the lantern of the hidden glade. A special choice indeed." Curiosity piqued, Lyra asked, "What is the hidden glade?" "It is a place of great beauty and mystery," Alden explained, "hidden deep within the heart of the whispering woods. The lantern will guide you there, but only if you are guided by your heart and not just your eyes." With Alden's words echoing in her mind, Lyra cradled the lantern carefully in her arms and stepped out into the crisp night. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village as she made her way to the edge of the forest. The trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the path seemed to beckon her forward. As she walked deeper into the woods, the lantern's light grew brighter, illuminating the path with a gentle, golden glow. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, crickets chirping their sleepy songs, the distant hoot of an owl, and the rustle of leaves as nocturnal creatures scurried about their business. Lyra followed the light, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. She felt as though she were walking through a dream, each step carrying her closer to the unknown. The path twisted and turned, leading her through groves of ancient oaks and past bubbling brooks that sparkled like liquid starlight. Finally, after what felt like hours, she reached a clearing. The trees parted to reveal a hidden glade, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. Flowers bloomed in every hue imaginable, their petals shimmering with dew, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of jasmine through the air. In the center of the glade stood a single, majestic tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens like the arms of an ancient guardian. Its leaves rustled softly, as if whispering secrets to the stars. Lyra approached the tree, her heart filled with wonder. As she held the lantern aloft, its light mingled with the moonlight, casting a warm, golden glow over the glade. She felt a sense of peace wash over her, as though she had finally found a place where she truly belonged. It was then that she noticed a figure standing beneath the tree, its form half hidden in shadow. Startled but curious, Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice quivering with both fear and excitement. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a young boy with eyes as bright as the lantern's glow. His hair was a tousled mess of golden curls, and his smile was warm and inviting. "I am Finn," he said, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I have been waiting for someone like you." Lyra felt a flicker of recognition, as if she had met him before in a dream. "Why have you been waiting for me?" Finn gestured to the lantern. "You have the light of the hidden glade. It is a gift, but also a responsibility. This place, this glade, is a sanctuary for those who seek peace and understanding, but it is threatened by a shadow that seeks to consume its light." "A shadow?" Lyra echoed, her curiosity piqued. Finn nodded, his expression serious. an ancient darkness that feeds on fear and doubt. It has been growing stronger, and if it is not stopped, it will devour the glade and all its magic. Lyra's heart ached at the thought of such beauty being lost to darkness. What can we do to stop it? Finn's smile returned, gentle and reassuring. We must find the source of the shadow and banish it with the light of the lantern. But we cannot do it alone. It will take courage and, above all, friendship. Lyra felt a surge of determination. Then we will do it together. With that, the two new friends set off on their quest, the lantern's glow lighting their way. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, they encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. Some were timid and shy, while others were bold and curious. Each one offered a piece of advice or a word of encouragement, and Lyra found herself learning more about the forest and its inhabitants with every step. As they traveled, Lyra and Finn shared stories of their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. Lyra spoke of her longing for adventure and the mysteries of the world, while Finn shared tales of the hidden glade and the magic that lay within its borders. They discovered that they had much in common, and their friendship blossomed like the flowers that lined their path. At last, they reached a part of the forest where the trees grew twisted and gnarled, their branches clawing at the sky like bony fingers. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, and the light of the lantern flickered uncertainly. "This is it," Finn said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "The heart of the shadow." Lyra felt a chill run down her spine, but she refused to let fear take hold. She tightened her grip on the lantern, its warmth steadying her resolve. "We can do this," she said, her voice strong and unwavering. Together, they stepped into the darkness. The shadows pressed around them, cold and suffocating, but the lantern's light cut through the gloom like a beacon of hope. As they ventured deeper, the darkness seemed to writhe and twist, taking on shapes that whispered of nightmares and fears long buried. But Lyra and Finn held fast to each other and the light, their friendship a shield against the encroaching darkness. They recalled the words of encouragement from the creatures they had met along the way, and with every step, their courage grew. Finally, they reached the center of the darkness, where a swirling mass of shadow coiled like a living storm. It lashed out at them with tendrils of fear, but the lantern's light held it at bay, casting it back with a fierce, golden glow. Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the lantern seep into her bones. "This is it, Finn. We can do this. Together." Finn nodded, his eyes bright with determination. Together. With a final surge of courage, they lifted the lantern high, its light shining with a brilliance that rivaled the stars. The shadow writhed and shrieked, but the light was relentless, piercing through the darkness with a purity that banished all doubt and fear. As the last of the shadow dissolved into nothingness, a wave of light swept through the forest, filling every nook and cranny with warmth and peace. The twisted trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in celebration, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of flowers. Lyra and Finn stood together in the heart of the forest, their faces aglow with the light of the lantern. They had done it. They had banished the darkness and saved the hidden glade. As they made their way back to the glade, the creatures of the forest came out to greet them, their eyes shining with gratitude. The glade itself seemed to come alive, its flowers blooming in a riot of color, and the ancient tree in the center stood taller and prouder than ever before. Lyra and Finn sat beneath the tree, the lantern resting between them, its light a gentle, comforting presence. They were tired, but their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment and joy. "Thank you, Lyra," Finn said, his voice filled with warmth. "I couldn't have done it without you." Lyra smiled, her heart light and free. "And I couldn't have done it without you, Finn. We make a good team." As they sat together, the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silvery light over the glade. The forest was alive with the gentle sounds of night, and the air was filled with the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lyra visited the hidden glade often, her heart forever tied to the magic and beauty she had found there. She and Finn became inseparable friends, their bond a testament to the power of courage and friendship. The villagers of Harbor Tree marveled at the change in Lyra, for she seemed to carry a light within her, a warmth that touched everyone she met. She shared the stories of her adventure with those who would listen, and the tale of the enchanted lantern and the hidden glade became a cherished legend in the village. Alden, with his knowing smile and twinkling eyes, watched over them all, content in the knowledge that the magic of the lanterns would continue to guide those who sought their light. And so, the story of the enchanted lantern and the hidden glade was passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and the light that resides within us all. As the stars twinkled overhead and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, the whispering woods sang its timeless lullaby, and all was well in the world. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her curious eyes sparkled with a thirst for adventure, and her heart brimmed with a yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the winding country lanes. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered through the woods, her foot caught on a gnarled tree root. She stumbled forward, and a tattered old book tumbled from her satchel. As she reached to pick it up, the book's worn pages fluttered open, revealing an intricate map etched upon the yellowed parchment. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she traced the delicate lines with her fingertip. This was no ordinary map. It seemed to depict a hidden realm, a place where magic flowed like gentle streams through an enchanted landscape. Clutching the book to her chest, Willow raced home, her mind whirling with possibilities. That night, as she lay awake beneath her patchwork quilt, she made a decision. She would embark on a journey to find this mysterious realm and unravel its secrets. The next morning, Willow set out into the great unknown, her satchel filled with a few meager provisions and her heart beating with excitement. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a verdant canopy above her head. It wasn't long before Willow encountered her first helper, a sprightly squirrel named Nutkin, who chattered excitedly and scampered from branch to branch, leading her ever onward. Together, they crossed babbling brooks and climbed mossy hills, until at last they reached a clearing where a peculiar sight awaited them. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled trunk twisted into a massive doorway. Willow's eyes widened as she approached the threshold, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings that adorned the weathered bark. Without hesitation, she stepped through the doorway and found herself in a world like no other. Vibrant colors danced across the sky, and whimsical creatures frolicked amidst towering mushroom houses and glittering streams. Willow marveled at the wonders that surrounded her, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, she met a host of delightful companions. There was Piper, a mischievous rabbit with a penchant for music, whose thumping feet kept time to the melodies that drifted through the air, and Zephyr, a gentle breeze that whispered secrets of the land, guiding Willow towards her destiny. Yet even in this magical place, challenges awaited. Willow soon learned that a dark force threatened to extinguish the realm's light, casting a pall of gloom over its vibrant beauty. With her newfound friends by her side, Willow embarked on a quest to restore balance to the land. Through clever riddles and acts of kindness, they overcame obstacles that seemed insurmountable, their friendship and wisdom proving mightier than any force of darkness. In the end, Willow's journey taught her a profound lesson, that true magic resides not in extraordinary powers, but in the ordinary moments of wonder, love, and courage that illumine our hearts and guide us home. As the sun set over the enchanted realm, Willow found herself back in the familiar woods, the tattered book clutched in her hands. But now, its pages held a different meaning, for she had discovered a world within herself, a place where dreams took flight and the extraordinary blossomed in the most unexpected of places. With a contented smile, Willow turned towards home, her steps lighter and her spirit renewed. For she knew that wherever life's path might lead, the magic would never fade, as long as she carried its light within her. Story 8. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lay a small, unassuming antique shop. The shop, with its faded blue shutters and a sign swinging gently in the breeze that read "Curios and Wonders," was run by a kind old man named Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Whitaker had a penchant for collecting objects with stories, though few visitors believed the tales he spun about them. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced to the ground, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had always been drawn to places filled with stories and secrets. Her curiosity was matched only by her gentle heart, which seemed to see the world in hues of wonder and possibility. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities. Shelves bowed under the weight of dusty books, peculiar trinkets, and clocks that ticked in harmony like a soft symphony. But among all these marvels, it was a small, ornate mirror tucked into a corner that caught Clara's eye. The mirror was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its frame was etched with intricate patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and the glass itself seemed to shimmer with a soft inner light. As Clara leaned in closer, she noticed something extraordinary. Her reflection was smiling back at her, even though she hadn't smiled. "Oh, you found the Mirror of Echoes," Mr. Whitaker said, his voice as warm and crackling as a fireplace on a winter's night. He stepped beside her, his eyes twinkling with the joy of sharing a secret. "It's said to reflect not just your image, but your true self. It's a mirror of the heart." Intrigued and enchanted, Clara asked if she could hold it. The mirror was surprisingly light in her hands, and as she gazed into it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest, as if the mirror was whispering stories only she could hear. "Take care of it, dear," Mr. Whitaker advised softly. "It holds magic, but it can only reveal what you are ready to see." With the mirror safely wrapped in a velvet cloth, Clara thanked Mr. Whitaker and set off toward the lakeside, where she often spent her afternoons dreaming and skipping stones. The path to the lake was lined with towering oaks, their branches forming a cozy canopy overhead. As Clara walked, she felt the mirror grow warmer, and when she paused to look into it again, she saw not the familiar path, but a road she had never traveled. The road in the mirror was winding and lined with unfamiliar trees, their leaves shimmering with colors Clara had never seen, hues of sapphire, emerald, and gold. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, she wondered where it might lead. Just then, a soft voice broke the silence. "It's the path of heart's desire," said the voice, belonging to a small, winged creature perched on a branch above. It was a fairy, its wings glistening with dew and sunlight. Clara blinked in surprise. "A fairy? I've never met one before." The fairy chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, but the mirror has chosen you, Clara. I'm Lila, a guardian of this path. It appears the mirror has shown you a journey you must take." "But I don't understand," Clara confessed. "I didn't know I had a heart's desire." "Ah," Lila replied gently, fluttering down to sit on Clara's shoulder. "Sometimes our true desires are hidden even from ourselves. The path will reveal it to you. All you need is the courage to follow." With a nod and a heart full of curiosity, Clara stepped forward, guided by the vision in the mirror. The path led her through a landscape that seemed to pulse with life. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. Clara walked for what felt like hours, yet she never grew tired. Each step felt light, as if she floated on a current of purpose. Along the way, Clara met several companions. There was a wise old turtle named Tobias, who shared stories of the stars and the moon, teaching her the importance of patience and perspective. Then there was Pippa, a lively squirrel with a knack for finding hidden treasures in the forest, who showed Clara the joy of discovering the small wonders in life. Together they journeyed deeper into the heart of this magical world, where even the stones seemed to hum with ancient songs. Clara felt her heart swell with a sense of belonging and wonder, as if each encounter was a piece of a puzzle, revealing more of her own heart's desires. Eventually, the path led them to a crystal-clear stream, its waters glistening under the gentle gaze of the sun. Here Clara paused, feeling an unspoken question tug at her heart. She looked into the mirror once more, hoping for guidance. In its depths she saw the reflection of a village, her village, but it was not as she had left it. The people were gathered in the square, their faces clouded with worry. Clara realized with a start that she had been so caught up in her own journey, she had forgotten the needs of her home. "I must return," she said softly, understanding now that her heart's desire was not just about her own joy, but about bringing joy and peace to others. Her journey had shown her the importance of connection, of community, and the magic of sharing one's discoveries with the world. Her companions nodded in understanding, and with a fond farewell, they watched as Clara turned back. As she retraced her steps, the path felt different, not because it had changed, but because she had. When she finally emerged from the enchanted woods, Clara found herself back at the lakeside. The village was just as she had seen in the mirror, but now she was ready. With the wisdom of Tobias, the joy of Pippa, and the courage gifted by the mirror, Clara knew she could help bring light and hope to her village. As she walked into the square, the villagers turned to her, their faces hopeful and curious. Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of the mirror in her hand and the warmth of friendship in her heart. She began to share her stories, the tales of wonder and wisdom she had gathered on her journey. The villagers listened, their worries melting away like morning mist in the sun. And in that moment, Clara understood that the true magic of the mirror was not just in revealing one's heart, but in opening it to others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow over the village, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered her heart's desire, and in doing so had found her place in the world, a place where stories and kindness wove together, creating a tapestry of warmth and wonder. And so, with the village aglow with newfound hope and friendship, Clara's journey came to a gentle close. The mirror, resting now on her bedside, continued to shimmer with the light of possibilities, a reminder that magic was always there, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to listen. As night fell, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, the whispers of the forest and the laughter of her friends echoing softly in her dreams. The village was safe and warm, wrapped in the embrace of stories, and the stars twinkled overhead, a promise of more adventures to come. And in the quiet of the night, the mirror of echoes rested too, content in the knowledge that its magic had found a worthy guardian. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald-green forest known as the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and gently babbling brooks that meandered through the cobblestone streets. Its cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming window boxes, looked as if they were painted by the hands of a gentle artist. The villagers lived in harmony, their days filled with laughter and the soft melodies of nature. In this serene village lived a young girl named Marigold. With hair the color of sunlight and eyes like the shimmering surface of the village pond, she was a curious soul, always seeking the mysteries hidden within the world around her. Marigold had a heart full of kindness, and she spent her days helping her neighbors and tending to the lush gardens that surrounded her home. One misty morning, as the dew glistened on the petals of the garden blooms, Marigold set out on her usual walk through the Whispering Woods. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her steps. Each breath filled her lungs with the fresh scent of pine and earth, grounding her in the beauty of the world. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Marigold discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail, barely visible beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued by the promise of adventure, she decided to follow it. The path twisted and turned, leading her through a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, golden glow. Before long, Marigold came upon a clearing bathed in the soft, dappled light of the sun. In the center of the clearing, nestled among the wildflowers, was an ancient oak tree. It was the grandest tree Marigold had ever seen, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. As she approached, she noticed something unusual. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to emanate a gentle, inviting warmth. Marigold's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. What was this mysterious box? Who had left it here? Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached up to take it down. As soon as her hands closed around the box, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and a soft, whispering voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. Open it, dear child, the voice murmured, and discover the magic within. Trusting in the kindness of the whispering woods, Marigold carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a small, shimmering stone that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a sense of peace and joy wash over her. The voice spoke again, this time with a tone of gentle wisdom. This is the Stone of Serenity. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world and to guide those who possess it on a journey of understanding and growth. Marigold's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She knew that the stone was a gift, and she vowed to use it wisely. Tucking the stone safely into her pocket, she thanked the forest and promised to return soon. Over the following days, Marigold found that the stone indeed held a special magic. When she held it close, she could hear the thoughts of the animals in the forest and understand the language of the trees. She marveled at the hidden world that had always surrounded her, now unveiled by the stone's gentle glow. One sunny afternoon, as Marigold sat by the village pond, she noticed a young fox watching her from the edge of the woods. Its eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. Marigold reached for the stone, and holding it close, she called out softly to the fox. "Hello there, little friend," she said with a gentle smile. "Do not be afraid." The fox tilted its head, surprised by the sound of her voice, which seemed to resonate with understanding. Slowly it approached, its bushy tail wagging slightly. "My name is Finn," the fox said, his voice echoing in Marigold's mind. "I have never met a human who could speak the language of the forest." Marigold laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's a gift from the forest itself," she explained. "Would you like to be friends?" Finn hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his eyes softening with warmth. "I would like that very much." From that day forward, Marigold and Finn became inseparable companions. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the whispering woods, guided by the magic of the Stone of Serenity. They discovered secret glades filled with rare flowers, hidden streams that sparkled like diamonds, and ancient trees that whispered stories of the past. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marigold and Finn sat together on a hill overlooking the village. The air was filled with the soothing scent of lavender, and a gentle breeze ruffled their hair and fur. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the woods?" Marigold asked, her voice soft and contemplative. Finn nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant mountains. "I do. There is a whole world out there, waiting to be discovered." Marigold sighed, her heart filled with a longing for adventure. "I wish to see it all," she said, "to learn and grow, and to understand the world beyond our village." Finn looked at her with admiration. "Then we shall go together," he declared, his voice firm with determination. "The Stone of Serenity will guide us on our journey." And so, with the blessing of the village and the gentle encouragement of the whispering woods, Marigold and Finn set out on a grand adventure. They traveled through lush meadows and across rolling hills, their hearts filled with excitement and wonder. As they journeyed, they encountered many challenges and made new friends along the way. In a bustling town nestled in a valley, they met a wise old owl named Sage, who shared with them stories of the world and taught them the importance of wisdom and patience. In a village by the sea, they befriended a playful dolphin named Calypso, who showed them the beauty of the ocean and taught them the value of kindness and cooperation. Through each encounter and challenge, Marigold and Finn grew stronger and wiser, their bond of friendship deepening with every step. And as they traveled, the Stone of Serenity continued to guide them, revealing the hidden wonders of the world and lighting their path with its gentle glow. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a towering oak tree, Marigold turned to Finn with a smile. "Do you know what I have learned on this journey?" she asked, her eyes shining with the light of understanding. Finn tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "What is that, Marigold?" "I have learned that the world is filled with beauty and wonder, and that true magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the kindness and friendship we share with others," she replied, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride and love for his dear friend. "And I have learned that with you by my side, any challenge can be overcome," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Together, they continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were never alone. For in the bonds of friendship and the magic of the world around them, they had found something truly special, a sense of belonging and a love that would guide them always. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, bathing the world in a soft, golden glow, Marigold and Finn walked hand in paw, their hearts filled with the gentle magic of the Stone of Serenity and the enduring power of friendship. And in that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, they would always carry the warmth and wisdom of their adventures in their hearts. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold and Finn's journey brought them to a land of towering mountains and sparkling rivers. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and mountain wildflowers. The path they followed wound through valleys and over rocky hills, each turn revealing new vistas of breathtaking beauty. One evening, as they made camp beneath a canopy of stars, Marigold gazed at the night sky, her heart filled with a sense of awe and wonder. The stars twinkled like diamonds on velvet, and the moon cast a gentle, silvery glow over the landscape. "Finn," she said softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper, "do you ever wonder what lies beyond the stars?" Finn, who had been watching the flickering flames of their campfire, looked up at the sky. His eyes reflected the starlight, and his voice was thoughtful as he replied, "I do. I imagine there are worlds out there, filled with wonders we cannot even begin to imagine." Marigold nodded, her heart swelling with a longing for discovery. "I wish we could explore them," she said, her voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of wistfulness. Finn smiled, his tail wagging gently. "Perhaps one day we shall," he said. "But for now, we have our own world to explore, and many adventures still await us." Marigold smiled back, her heart warmed by his words. "You're right, Finn," she said, "and I am grateful for every moment we share on this journey." The night passed peacefully, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling them to sleep. When morning came, the sun rose in a blaze of golden light, casting long shadows over the land and filling the air with the sweet scent of morning dew. As they continued their journey, the landscape around them began to change. The mountains gave way to rolling hills, and the air grew warmer, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and rich, fertile earth. They traveled through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the world in hues of red, yellow, and blue. One day, as they walked along a winding river, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. The village was unlike any they had seen before, with houses built from stone and wood, their roofs covered in moss and flowering vines. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, offering them food and shelter and sharing stories of their lives. In the village, they met a young boy named Leo, who had a spirit as bright and curious as Marigold's. He was fascinated by their tales of adventure and longed to join them on their journey. "I want to see the world beyond our village," Leo said, his eyes shining with excitement. "Will you take me with you?" Marigold and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the boy's enthusiasm. "You are welcome to join us, Leo," Marigold said, her voice gentle and kind. "But know that our journey is not without its challenges." Leo nodded, his expression determined. "I understand," he said, "and I am ready to face them as long as we are together." And so their group grew by one, and together they continued their journey, their spirits lifted by the bond of friendship that united them. As they traveled, Leo proved to be a quick learner, his youthful energy and curiosity a source of joy for Marigold and Finn. He marveled at the wonders they encountered, from the towering forests to the crystal-clear lakes, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One afternoon, as they rested by a shimmering lake, they noticed a group of creatures playing in the water. They were small, with iridescent scales that glimmered in the sunlight, and their laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "What are they?" Leo asked, his voice filled with wonder. "They are water sprites," Finn explained, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Playful and mischievous, but kind-hearted. As if sensing their presence, one of the sprites swam over to them, its eyes bright with curiosity. "Hello, travelers," it said, its voice musical and light. "What brings you to our lake?" "We are on a journey," Marigold replied, her voice warm and friendly, "seeking the wonders of the world." The sprite nodded, its expression thoughtful. Then you must visit the heart of the forest, it said. It is a place of great beauty and magic, hidden deep within the woods. Intrigued by the sprite's words, Marigold, Finn, and Leo decided to seek out this mystical place. The sprite guided them to a path that led deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of ancient wood and earth. As they followed the path, the forest around them seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in a dance of light and shadow. Eventually they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had ever seen. In the center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic canopy. The air was filled with a soft, golden light, and the ground was carpeted with delicate flowers that glowed with an inner radiance. "This is the heart of the forest," the sprite said, its voice reverent and filled with awe, a place of peace and healing. Marigold, Finn, and Leo stood in silence, their hearts touched by the beauty and serenity of the place. They felt a deep sense of connection to the world around them, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the earth. As they sat beneath the great tree, they reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the friendships they had forged. They realized that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and joy, they continued their journey, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder, and that together they could face any challenge that lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold, Finn, and Leo's journey took them to new lands and introduced them to new friends. Their adventure was filled with laughter and learning, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One day, as they traveled through a lush valley, they came upon a village that was in the midst of a grand celebration. The air was filled with the sound of music and laughter, and the streets were lined with stalls selling all manner of goods. Curious about the festivities, Marigold, Finn, and Leo joined in the celebration, their hearts light with joy. They danced to the music, sampled the delicious food, and marveled at the colorful decorations that adorned the village. As they wandered through the village, they met a wise old woman named Era, who was known for her knowledge of the world and her gift for storytelling. Era welcomed them warmly, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. "I have heard of your journey," Era said, her voice gentle and melodic, "and I have a story to share with you." Marigold, Finn, and Leo gathered around, eager to hear what Era had to say. As they listened, Era wove a tale of a magical land beyond the mountains, a place of beauty and peace, where all creatures lived in harmony. "The land is known as the Valley of Harmony," Era said, her voice filled with reverence. "It is a place where the magic of the world is at its strongest, and where the bonds of friendship and love are cherished above all else." Marigold's heart was filled with a longing to see this mystical land, and she turned to her friends with a smile. "Shall we seek out this Valley of Harmony?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Finn and Leo nodded, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes," they said in unison, their voices filled with determination. "Let us find this land of peace and magic." And so, with Era's blessing and guidance, Marigold, Finn, and Leo set out on the final leg of their journey. They traveled through forests and across rivers, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. As they approached the mountains, the air grew cooler, and the landscape around them changed. The trees gave way to rocky cliffs and narrow paths, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh mountain air. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the top of a ridge, and before them lay a sight that took their breath away. The Valley of Harmony stretched out below them, a land of rolling hills and sparkling lakes, bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the gentle sound of birdsong, and the scent of blooming flowers carried on the breeze. It was a place of beauty and peace, just as Ira had described. With hearts full of joy and gratitude, Marigold, Finn, and Leo descended into the valley, their spirits lifted by the magic of the land. They knew that their journey had brought them to a place where they could find rest and renewal, and where the bonds of friendship and love would be cherished forever. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the valley. Marigold, Finn, and Leo knew that their journey had come to a close. But they also knew that the magic of the world and the love they shared would guide them always, lighting their path with warmth and wisdom. As they stood together hand in paw, they understood that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And in that moment, they knew that they were home. Story 10. In the velvety depths of the Milky Way, where stars twinkled like scattered dreams against the canvas of the cosmos, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Ziralon. Ziralon was known for its lush, emerald forests that whispered secrets to the breeze, and rivers that glowed with a soft, soothing luminescence. It was here that Zinnia, a gentle creature from the serene planet of Verdoria, found herself on a mission of great importance. Zinnia was of a species called the Verdorians, known for their deep connection with nature and their ability to commune with plants. She was slender, with skin that shimmered like dew on a leaf and hair that cascaded in waves of emerald hues. Her eyes, large and expressive, reflected the tranquil greens of her home world. Zinnia carried with her a small wooden staff that pulsed with the gentle energy of life itself. Her mission was to retrieve the rare Lumina blossom, a flower said to possess the power to heal even the deepest of wounds. It grew only in the heart of Ziralon's most ancient forest, a place teeming with mysteries and hidden wonders. As Zinnia set foot on Ziralon, she was unaware that her path would soon cross with an unlikely companion, one from a world vastly different from her own. In contrast to Zinnia's verdant home, the planet Kor, a rocky expanse of craters and towering cliffs, was home to the Korans. Among them was a young explorer named Rax, a being of strength and curiosity. Rax's skin was a deep, earthy brown, rugged as the terrain of his homeland. His eyes were a brilliant blue, like twin sapphires set against the backdrop of Kor's stark landscape. Rax had come to Ziralon in search of the Starstone, a rare mineral that could power entire cities on his home planet. His people relied heavily on these stones, and finding one was a matter of great pride and necessity. Equipped with a set of tools strapped across his broad shoulders and a heart full of determination, Rax embarked on his quest. Their paths converged in the shadow of Ziralon's whispering woods, where towering trees formed a cathedral of green, and the air was rich with the scent of earth and blossoms. Zinnia, engrossed in listening to the forest song, did not notice the rocks beneath her feet until she stumbled, her staff slipping from her grasp. Rax, who had been examining the forest floor for signs of the elusive Starstone, witnessed her fall. Instinctively, he rushed to her side, his large hands surprisingly gentle as they helped her to her feet. "Thank you," Zinnia murmured, brushing the dirt from her attire. Her voice was soft, carrying the lilt of Verdoria's gentle winds. Rax nodded, offering a shy smile. "I'm Rax from Kor. What brings you to Ziralon?" "I am Zinnia," she replied, her eyes meeting his with a mix of curiosity and gratitude. "I seek the Lumina blossom for my people. And you?" Rax hesitated, his mission feeling suddenly less noble compared to Zinnia's quest for healing. "I'm here for the Starstone. It helps my people too." With introductions made, the two decided to join forces, at least for a while, as their paths led them in the same direction through the dense forest. As they walked, they shared stories of their worlds, of Verdoria's endless fields of flowers and the rugged beauty of Kor's canyons. Despite their differences, they found comfort in each other's company, each story weaving a thread of understanding between them. Their journey, however, was not without its challenges. The forest of Ziralon, while beautiful, was also home to creatures who guarded its treasures fiercely. One such guardian was the luminous serpent, a creature of shimmering scales and watchful eyes, which lay coiled around the coveted Lumina blossom. Zinnia and Rax approached cautiously, their hearts pounding in unison. As the serpent raised its head, fangs glinting in the dappled sunlight, Rax took a step forward, shielding Zinnia behind his broad form. "Wait," Zinnia whispered, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "We must try to understand it first." Rax hesitated, but the earnestness in Zinnia's eyes convinced him to hold back. She stepped forward, her voice a soft melody as she began to speak to the serpent in the ancient language of Verdoria, a tongue that resonated with nature itself. The serpent, sensing no threat, lowered its head, its eyes softening. Zinnia's voice, woven with the harmony of the forest, lulled the creature into a state of calm. Slowly it unwound itself from the blossom, allowing Zinnia to approach. With the Lumina blossom in hand, Zinnia turned to Rax, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you for trusting me," she said, her voice a gentle breeze. Rax smiled, a warmth spreading through him that he had not expected to find on this alien world. "And thank you for showing me that strength isn't always about force." Their bond solidified. The two continued through the forest, Rax still in search of his starstone. As they trekked, they encountered a series of obstacles. A treacherous river that required Zinnia's wisdom to cross, a narrow canyon where Rax's strength helped them climb to safety. Each challenge brought them closer, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast unknown. Finally, at the edge of the forest, where the trees gave way to rolling hills dotted with shimmering stones, Rax found what he was searching for. The starstone lay embedded in the earth, its surface glistening like the night sky. Eagerly, Rax approached, but as he reached out to claim it, the ground beneath them trembled, threatening to give way. In that moment of danger, the lessons they had learned together came to the fore. "Zinnia, the plants!" Rax shouted, his voice steady despite the quaking ground. With a nod, Zinnia closed her eyes, calling upon the roots of the earth to stabilize the ground. As the tremors subsided, Rax carefully extracted the starstone, holding it aloft with a triumphant grin. "We did it," Zinnia breathed, her heart swelling with pride and relief. Together. Their missions complete, Zinnia and Rax stood side by side, gazing out over the landscape that had become a testament to their newfound friendship. They had come from different worlds, each with a purpose, but it was their shared journey that had truly shaped their destinies. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Zinnia and Rax prepared to part ways. But the bond they had formed was not one easily broken. "Will you visit Verdoria?" Zinnia asked, hope gleaming in her eyes. "And you must come to Kor," Rax replied, his voice carrying the promise of future adventures. With a final embrace, they bid each other farewell, their hearts lightened by the knowledge that true friendship transcends the boundaries of space and species. As they each returned to their respective worlds, Zinnia and Rax carried with them more than the treasures they had sought. They carried the lesson that understanding and kindness could bridge even the vastest of differences, and that together they were capable of overcoming any obstacle. And so, under the vast tapestry of stars, a Verdorian and a Koran had discovered not only the true meaning of friendship, but also the enduring power of unity and trust. Story 11. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering woods, there was a young girl named Clara. Clara had eyes that sparkled with curiosity, and a heart that sang with the promise of adventure. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the landscape, she would sit by her window and dream of the world beyond the familiar meadows and babbling brooks. One particularly balmy night, the soft breeze carried with it a secret that rustled through the leaves and beckoned her towards the heart of the forest. Feeling a gentle tug at her heart, Clara decided that tonight was the night she would step beyond the boundaries of her village and into the unknown. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air seemed to shimmer with magic. The moonlight threaded its way through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the forest floor, and the scent of jasmine mingled with the earthy aroma of moss. It was as if she had stepped into a world painted by dreams. Clara walked on, her footsteps soft against the carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached a glade where the trees parted like old friends sharing a secret. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its bark glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. This was the elder tree, known only in the whispers of the wind and the tales of the old. As Clara approached, she noticed that the tree was home to a myriad of whimsical creatures. Tiny, winged beings with gossamer wings flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. They were the Luminara, the keepers of forest light. One of them, with wings that glowed a soft periwinkle, landed gently on Clara's shoulder. "Welcome, brave Clara," the Luminara chimed, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We have been waiting for someone with the courage to explore the unknown." Clara smiled, her heart swelling with a quiet joy. "What lies beyond the glade?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break the spell. The Luminara pointed towards a path that wound through the trees, illuminated by floating orbs of light that bobbed gently in the breeze. "Follow the path, dear Clara, and you will find wonders that have long been forgotten." With the Luminara as her guide, Clara embarked on this new path. She passed by streams that sang in harmony with the night, and meadows where flowers glowed like stars scattered across the ground. Each step she took was accompanied by the chorus of the forest, a symphony of crickets and owls that filled the air with melodies of the night. As she journeyed further, Clara encountered creatures both strange and delightful. There was Ludo, the gentle giant who tended to the moonflowers, his laughter deep and resonant, and Fina, the fox with a tail that sparkled like the Milky Way, who bounded alongside Clara, her eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. Each creature she met offered her a small token, a leaf from the elder tree, a feather from a moonlit owl, a pebble smooth as silk, all symbols of courage and friendship. With each token, Clara felt her heart grow lighter, for she understood that these gifts were reminders of the strength she carried within. Finally, the path led her to a clearing where the forest opened up to reveal a sky ablaze with stars. They twinkled so brightly, it seemed as if the heavens were celebrating her journey. Clara sat down, her back against the warm earth, feeling the gentle thrum of life beneath her. As the night deepened, the Luminara gathered around her, their lights casting a cocoon of warmth. "You have done well, Clara," they sang in unison. "You have shown that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. By daring to explore, you have found not just the wonders of the world, but the wonders within yourself." Clara closed her eyes, feeling a profound peace settle over her. She knew that this journey had changed her, that she would carry its lessons with her always. As she drifted into a gentle slumber, she dreamed of the stars, of the forest, and of all the adventures that awaited her in the world beyond. When the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Clara awoke, feeling the warmth of the rising sun on her face. She stood, her heart full to the brim with gratitude and wonder. The path back to her village lay before her, but she knew that this was not the end. It was only the beginning of a life filled with exploration and discovery. With a final wave to her newfound friends, Clara made her way home, each step a testament to the courage she had found within herself. And as she walked, the forest whispered its farewell, promising that its doors would always be open to those with brave hearts and curious minds. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit unburdened by the fear of the unknown, Clara returned to her village, ready to share her stories and inspire others to seek out the magic that lies just beyond the horizon. Story 12. The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, there was a tale whispered among the villagers, a tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that deep within the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like a cascade of golden coins, there lay a hidden world. This grove was not just any part of the forest. It was alive with the magic of ages past. Our story begins with a young girl named Clara, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. Clara was known for her gentle heart and an insatiable yearning for adventure. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, yet her nights were spent dreaming of the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of her home. One crisp morning, as the dew clung to the grass like tiny jewels, Clara set out for the forest, her satchel packed with a small loaf of bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a well-worn journal. The forest greeted her with the rustling of leaves and the sweet scent of pine, as if acknowledging her presence with a gentle embrace. As Clara ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The air seemed to shimmer, and the usual chorus of birdsong was replaced by a soft, melodic whisper. Driven by an inexplicable pull, she followed the sound, her heart beating with both excitement and a touch of trepidation. It wasn't long before she arrived at a clearing that took her breath away. Before her stood a grove of ancient trees, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. The sunlight danced across their leaves, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that painted the ground in vibrant hues. In the center of the grove there was a small, sparkling pond. Its water was so clear that Clara could see the pebbles at the bottom, each one a different shade of the earth. As she approached, the whispers grew louder, yet they were soothing, as if the grove itself was speaking to her. "Welcome, young Clara," the grove seemed to say. "We have awaited your arrival." Startled, Clara looked around, searching for the source of the voice. But there was no one in sight, only the trees, the pond, and the soft, whispering breeze. Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer to the water's edge and peered into its depths. To her astonishment, the reflection that stared back at her was not just her own. Beside her image was another, a shimmering, ethereal form that flickered like the light of 1,000 fireflies. It was the spirit of the grove, an ancient guardian that had watched over this hidden world for centuries. "Do not be afraid," the spirit spoke, its voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "I am the keeper of the grove, and I have a task for you." Clara's eyes widened with wonder and a hint of apprehension. "What is it that you need?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The spirit's reflection smiled, a gesture that filled Clara's heart with warmth. "There is a magical object, a pendant, hidden within this grove. It holds the power to heal and restore balance to our world, but it has been lost for many years, and the forest has begun to wither without its presence." Clara nodded, her resolve strengthening. "I will find it," she promised. With a sense of purpose guiding her steps, Clara explored the grove, her eyes scanning the undergrowth for any sign of the pendant. As she moved, the forest seemed to come alive around her, each leaf and stone a part of the grove's ancient story. Her search led her to a tree unlike any other she had seen. Its bark was silver, and its leaves shimmered with a soft, golden light. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small hollow. Clara reached inside, her fingers brushing against something cool and metallic. Gently, she pulled out a pendant. It was exquisite, crafted from a metal that gleamed like liquid moonlight, and adorned with a single brilliant gemstone that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. As Clara held it in her hands, she felt a surge of warmth, a connection to the grove and its spirit. "You have found it," the spirit's voice drifted to her on the breeze. "Now, place it in the heart of the grove, and let its magic flow once more." Clara did as instructed, laying the pendant on a small stone altar that seemed to have been waiting just for this moment. As the pendant settled into place, a radiant light burst forth, enveloping the grove in a gentle glow. The trees sighed with relief, their leaves rustling in a harmonious song of gratitude. With the pendant restored, the grove flourished anew. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the pond sparkled with an ethereal light. Clara watched in awe, her heart swelling with a profound sense of peace. "You have done well, dear Clara," the spirit spoke, its voice filled with warmth and pride. "You have restored balance to our world and proven that even the smallest acts of kindness can bring about great change." Clara smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. The journey had changed her, teaching her that true magic lay not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, steadfast love and friendship she had found within herself and the grove. As the sun began to set, casting the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Clara made her way back to the village. Her heart was light, her spirit renewed by the grove's magic and the bond she had forged with its ancient guardian. And so, with the whispers of the grove echoing in her ears, Clara returned home, carrying with her the wisdom of the forest and the promise of a world where magic, friendship, and kindness could overcome any challenge. The villagers soon noticed a change in Clara. She carried herself with a newfound grace, a quiet confidence that spoke of someone who had seen wonders beyond imagining. Though she shared the tale of the Whispering Grove, many believed it to be just that, a tale. But those who truly listened could see the truth in her eyes, the light of the grove's magic still shimmering within. In the days that followed, the village flourished just as the grove had. The fields yielded bountiful harvests, and the air was filled with the joyous laughter of children, their spirits as bright as the sunlit forest. Clara, with her gentle heart and wise spirit, became a cherished figure, a reminder of the power of friendship and the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. As the years passed, the story of the Whispering Grove became a cherished legend, passed down from generation to generation. Children would gather around the hearth on chilly evenings, listening with wide eyes as the tale was recounted, dreaming of the day they might find their own hidden world within the forest. And so, the magic of the grove lived on, a beacon of hope and friendship, in a world that sometimes forgot the simple beauty of a kind heart and a gentle spirit. Clara's journey had not only transformed her, but it had also touched the lives of all those around her, a testament to the enduring power of love and the whispered secrets of a magical forest. As for the Whispering Grove, it remained a sanctuary, a place where the whispers of the ancient trees sang of a girl named Clara, who had answered their call and restored the magic to their world. And in the heart of the grove, the pendant continued to shine, a symbol of unity and the promise that magic could always be found, if only one dared to seek it. And there, in the warm light of a crackling fire, with the story of the Whispering Grove woven into the fabric of their lives, the villagers found peace, knowing that even in the darkest times, the light of friendship and the magic of kindness would always guide them home. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between gentle, rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Mira. The village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs, was alive with the gentle hum of crickets and the soft glow of lanterns that twinkled like stars fallen to earth. Mira, known for her warm smile and kind heart, often felt a mysterious pull towards the stories her grandmother used to tell her under the old oak tree that stood proudly in their garden. One evening, as the golden hues of sunset painted the sky, Mira sat by the fireplace, the air rich with the scent of pine wood and freshly baked bread. Her grandmother, with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box, a legacy passed down through generations, bore the emblem of a crescent moon cradling a star. "Open it, dear," her grandmother whispered, her voice a gentle breeze. With careful fingers, Mira opened the box to reveal a delicate silver pendant shaped like the crescent moon and star. As she touched it, a warm, tingling sensation coursed through her. "This belonged to your ancestors," her grandmother explained. "It holds the wisdom and stories of our lineage, waiting for you to discover." Curiosity kindled in her heart. Mira decided to learn more about her heritage. She embarked on a journey, guided by tales of old and the whispers of the pendant. Her first stop was the village library, a haven of ancient tomes and scrolls, where the scent of aged paper and ink hung in the air like a comforting embrace. As she delved into the history of her people, Mira discovered that her ancestors were the keepers of the night sky, mapping the stars and weaving stories that connected the heavens to the earth. They believed that each star was a beacon of wisdom, lighting the path for those who sought truth and harmony. With each story she read, Mira felt a growing connection to her roots. The tales spoke of courage, unity, and the power of understanding, a legacy of peace and enlightenment. One tale in particular caught her attention. It told of a hidden garden, where the first of her ancestors once planted a tree that bore fruits of knowledge and compassion. Determined to find this garden, Mira set out with the pendant around her neck, feeling its gentle warmth guide her. She followed the path through the whispering woods, where the trees danced with the wind and the ground was a soft tapestry of moss and fallen leaves. The air was filled with the sweet notes of birdsong and the rustling of leaves, creating a symphony of nature's own making. After a day of wandering, she found herself at the edge of a serene glade, where sunlight filtered through the canopy above, painting the ground in patches of light and shadow. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the sky, laden with golden fruits that shimmered like stars. Mira approached the tree, her heart filled with awe. As she reached out to touch its trunk, she felt a gentle pulse, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. A soft voice echoed in her mind, a blend of the voices of her ancestors, guiding her to pluck one of the fruits. With a sense of reverence, she picked a fruit and took a bite. Sweetness filled her senses, along with a profound clarity. The lessons of her ancestors flowed through her like a river, teaching her the importance of nurturing the bonds between people, of listening with an open heart, and of seeking harmony in all things. With her newfound understanding, Mira returned to her village, her heart lighter and her spirit aglow. She shared her experiences, weaving together the stories of old with the lessons she had learned. Her tales brought the villagers closer, fostering a community bound by shared heritage and mutual respect. As the seasons passed, Mira became a storyteller in her own right, her voice a gentle melody that soothed the hearts of all who listened. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the past, but about living its teachings in the present. And so, under the starlit skies, with the crescent moon pendant resting against her heart, Mira found her place in the tapestry of her ancestry, a thread woven with love, wisdom, and the timeless legacy of her people. As she sat beneath the old oak tree, surrounded by the whispers of her ancestors, she felt a deep sense of belonging and peace, cradled by the stories of the past and the promise of tomorrow. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum the softest lullabies, and the air was always scented with the sweetness of honeyed blossoms, there was a village called Lumin Hollow. The village nestled snugly between the rolling hills and a shimmering brook that sang its way through the boughs of willow trees. The villagers were known for their gentle hearts and the warm glow that filled their homes each evening as they gathered around fires to share tales and laughter. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her keen curiosity and her knack for noticing things others might overlook. She had a small, cozy cottage with a garden full of herbs and flowers that she tended with love and care. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Minerva, who lived in the boughs of the ancient oak beside her home. Minerva was as old as the forest itself, with feathers the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced down from the trees in shades of amber and gold, Clara awoke to find something peculiar. Her usually tidy garden was in disarray. The flower beds were ruffled, and the herbs had been rearranged haphazardly. Puzzled, Clara fetched a cup of chamomile tea and sat on her porch, pondering the cause of this strange occurrence. As she sipped her tea, Minerva fluttered down from her perch and landed beside her. "Good morning, Clara," the owl hooted softly, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "I see you've encountered a bit of a mystery." "Indeed, Minerva," Clara replied, gesturing to the garden. "Someone or something has been meddling with my plants." Minerva tilted her head thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is one of the forest's creatures. They can be quite mischievous, especially as the seasons change." Deciding to investigate, Clara ventured into the garden, her feet crunching on the blanket of fallen leaves. She noticed tiny footprints in the soft earth, too small for any animal she knew. Intrigued, she followed them, the trail leading her to the edge of the brook. There, she found a shimmering pebble, unlike any she had seen before. It glowed softly in the morning light, casting iridescent patterns on the ground. "This is no ordinary pebble," Clara mused, holding it up for Minerva to see. The wise owl nodded knowingly. "That is a moonstone. It is said to be a gift from the Fae, bringing with it a touch of their magic." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "Could it be the Fae who have visited my garden?" "Perhaps," Minerva said, her voice a gentle whisper carried by the breeze. "But why they would do so remains a mystery." Determined to uncover the truth, Clara spent the day observing her garden from the warmth of her porch. She watched as the sun arced across the sky, casting shadows that danced among the plants. Just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Clara noticed a flicker of movement near the hedge. Quietly she approached, her heart beating with a blend of excitement and anticipation. There, nestled among the leaves, was a tiny figure, no taller than her hand, with wings that shimmered like spun silver in the twilight. The creature was busy rearranging the herbs, humming a tune that seemed to harmonize with the whispers of the woods. "Hello," Clara said softly, trying not to startle the tiny being. The creature looked up, its eyes wide with surprise but not fear. "Oh, hello," it replied in a voice as soft as a breeze. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I was just trying to help." Clara knelt down to be closer, smiling gently. "Help? How so?" The little Fae fluttered its wings, a hint of mischief in its gaze. I saw that your garden was lovely, but I thought a bit of rearranging might make it even better for the coming winter. The herbs needed a bit of magic to thrive through the cold. Touched by the Fae's intentions, Clara chuckled, her heart warming with gratitude. Thank you for your help. I didn't realize your kind still visited our world. The Fae nodded, its tiny face glowing with pride. We often remain unseen, but we like to lend a hand where we can. It's our way of spreading a little joy. Clara and the Fae spent the evening sharing stories, with Minerva listening in, adding her own wise insights. They spoke of the forest and its secrets, the stars and their stories, and the gentle magic that wove through the world like a silken thread. As the moon climbed high, casting a silvery light over Lumin Hollow, the Fae prepared to leave. Clara thanked it once more, and watched as it disappeared into the night, a trail of stardust in its wake. The next morning, the village awoke to find Clara's garden more vibrant than ever, the herbs lush and fragrant, the flowers blooming with renewed vigor. The villagers marveled at the sight, though they could not explain the sudden change. Clara, with a knowing smile, tended her garden with care, the moonstone resting in her pocket as a token of the friendship she had found. And each night, as she sat by her fire, with Minerva perched nearby, she would think of the little Fae and the gentle magic that had brought them together. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was filled with song and the stars seemed to dance above, Clara learned that sometimes the smallest of creatures could bring the greatest of joys. And as the days grew shorter and the nights longer, she felt a warmth within her, a reminder that kindness and friendship could light even the darkest of paths. So as the fires flickered in the homes of Lumin Hollow, and the villagers drifted to sleep under the watchful gaze of the moon, a quiet peace settled over the woods. For in this world of gentle mysteries and enchanting wonders, it was the bonds of friendship and the magic of kindness that truly made the world glow. Story 15. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the gentle embrace of a valley, where the sun's first light kissed the dew with golden warmth, lay the village of Eldergrove. Encircled by a sprawling forest known as the Whispering Woods, the village thrived in harmony with nature. The woods, with their towering trees and secretive glades, were both a sanctuary and a mystery, whispered to be alive with magic. Amidst the villagers was a young boy named Rowan, whose heart was as large as his curiosity. With hair the color of chestnut bark and eyes the shade of summer leaves, Rowan was known for his kindness and his insatiable thirst for adventure. His days were spent exploring the fringes of the forest, his imagination weaving tales of hidden realms and secret paths. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted in ochre and crimson carpeted the forest floor, Rowan set out with a sense of purpose. He had heard tales from the village elder about a mythical glade deep within the woods, where time itself seemed to pause. It was said that the glade held a magical spring whose waters could reveal the heart's deepest desires. Rowan's journey began at the edge of the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves was a melody that guided his steps. With each stride, the world of men faded, and the realm of the forest embraced him. As he ventured deeper, the light of the sun filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the ground. The path was a tapestry of roots and moss, and Rowan moved with the grace of one who was at home in the wild. Squirrels chattered overhead, and birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs a cheerful accompaniment to his journey. Hours passed, and the forest began to change. The trees grew denser, their trunks thicker, and the undergrowth wilder. Here the whispers of the woods were more pronounced, a symphony of rustles and murmurs. It was as if the forest itself was alive, breathing and watching. Suddenly, Rowan heard a sound that was out of place, a soft whimpering, like a creature in distress. Following the sound, he stumbled upon a small clearing where a fox lay trapped, its paw caught in a hunter's snare. The fox's eyes were bright with fear, and Rowan's heart ached with empathy. Kneeling beside the creature, Rowan spoke in soothing tones. "Fear not, little one, I shall help you." Gently, he worked to free the fox, his fingers deftly undoing the cruel trap. The moment the snare was removed, the fox hesitated, its gaze meeting Rowan's. In that moment a bond was forged, a silent understanding passed between them. The fox, now free, circled Rowan, its bushy tail brushing against his leg. It seemed to nod as if in gratitude, before bounding into the forest. Rowan watched it disappear, a smile playing on his lips. He felt lighter, as if the act of kindness had lifted his spirits. Continuing his journey, Rowan found himself at the edge of a meadow. The grass swayed like the tides of a green ocean, and wildflowers dotted the landscape with bursts of color. Beyond the meadow, the trees of the forest beckoned, their branches swaying in a dance that spoke of secrets yet to be uncovered. As he crossed the meadow, Rowan's thoughts turned to the tales of the magical glade. What would he find there? Would the spring reveal his true desire? The questions danced in his mind, mingling with the excitement of discovery. The sun was beginning its descent when Rowan finally reached the heart of the Whispering Woods. Here, the trees were ancient, their bark etched with the passing of countless seasons. The air was cooler, carrying a hint of something otherworldly, a tingling sensation that brushed against Rowan's skin like a whisper of magic. And then, beyond a curtain of willow branches, he saw it, the fabled glade. It was a place untouched by time, where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. In the center stood the spring, its waters as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky above. Rowan approached, his heart pounding with anticipation. Kneeling beside the spring, he peered into its depths. The water rippled, and as it stilled, an image began to form. Rowan saw himself, not as a boy, but as a man, standing at the edge of the forest. Beside him was the fox he had rescued, now grown and standing proudly. Together they watched over the village, guardians of the land and its secrets. The vision faded, leaving Rowan with a profound sense of peace. He understood now that his journey was not just about finding the glade, but about discovering his own path. The forest, with its whispers and wonders, had shown him his future, a life of harmony with nature, where kindness and courage would guide him. As twilight descended, Rowan made his way back to the village. The forest, once mysterious and untamed, now felt like an old friend. The path was familiar, and he walked with the confidence of one who had found his place in the world. When he emerged from the woods, the village was aglow with the light of 1,000 stars. The villagers gathered around Rowan, eager to hear of his adventure. With a smile, he shared his tale, speaking of the magical glade and the vision he had seen. That night, as Rowan lay in his bed, he thought of the fox and the journey that had changed him. He understood that the true magic of the Whispering Woods lay not in its mysteries, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to follow one's heart. And so, as the village slept under the watchful gaze of the stars, Rowan dreamed of the forest, where the whispers of the woods sang a lullaby of adventure and discovery, promising new journeys and dreams for those who dared to listen. The end. Story 16. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared ordinary, Willow possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and understand their whispered secrets. From the moment she could walk, Willow felt an inexplicable connection to the towering oaks, the graceful willows, and the sturdy pines that surrounded her home. They spoke to her in a language only she could decipher, their rustling leaves and creaking branches weaving tales of bygone eras and hidden wonders. One crisp autumn day, as Willow sat beneath her favorite oak, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, she heard a faint murmur that captured her attention. The tree was telling her about a forgotten path, one that led to a world beyond the boundaries of the forest she knew so well. Curiosity piqued, Willow followed the oak's directions, her small feet crunching over a carpet of fallen leaves. After what seemed like hours of traversing the winding trail, she stumbled upon an ancient, weathered gate, its iron bars twisted into intricate patterns. With a gentle touch, the gate swung open, revealing a realm unlike anything Willow had ever seen. Towering mushrooms dotted the landscape, their caps adorned with glowing spores that danced in the air like tiny fireflies. Streams of crystalline water flowed over mossy rocks, emitting a soft, melodic hum. And everywhere she looked, the trees appeared to be alive, their branches swaying in a synchronized dance. Willow's heart raced with excitement as she ventured deeper into this enchanted world. She encountered creatures she had only heard whispered tales about. Tiny pixies flitting from flower to flower, their gossamer wings shimmering in the dappled sunlight, and wise old gnomes tending to their gardens of vibrant, glowing fungi. As she explored further, Willow befriended a young faun named Rainan, whose curiosity matched her own. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, uncovering the secrets of this hidden realm and forging an unbreakable bond of friendship. Rainan introduced Willow to the ancient ways of the forest, teaching her the art of communicating with the trees on a deeper level. In return, Willow shared her knowledge of the human world, igniting Rainan's thirst for exploration and understanding. One day, as they sat beneath a towering willow tree, its graceful branches swaying overhead, Rainan confided in Willow about a mysterious object hidden deep within the forest, a crystalline orb said to possess immense magical power. Intrigued, the two friends set out on a quest to uncover the truth behind this fabled artifact. Their journey led them through enchanted glades, past shimmering waterfalls, and into the depths of a forgotten cavern, where they faced challenges that tested their bravery and ingenuity. Along the way, they encountered wise sages and trickster spirits, each offering cryptic clues and invaluable lessons about the nature of magic, friendship, and the delicate balance that governed this wondrous realm. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow and Rainan discovered the crystalline orb, its facets reflecting the myriad colors of the forest in mesmerizing patterns. As they gazed into its depths, they realized that the true power of the orb lay not in its magic, but in the bond they had forged, a friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds and taught them the value of understanding and acceptance. Empowered by this revelation, Willow and Rainan vowed to bridge the gap between their realms, fostering a newfound respect and appreciation for the wonders of both worlds. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her connection to the trees deepening with every passing day. She became a guardian of the forest, safeguarding its secrets and ensuring that the delicate balance between the human and enchanted realms remained intact. And whenever she felt the weight of her responsibilities weighing heavily upon her shoulders, Willow would seek solace beneath the ancient oak that had first revealed the path to her, its branches whispering tales of adventure, friendship, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that surrounds us all. For in that moment, she knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the lessons she had learned would guide her through the countless wonders and challenges that lay ahead, forever intertwining her fate with the rhythms of the enchanted forest she called home. Story 17. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and verdant meadows, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, but her heart yearned for the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of her home. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Lila decided to venture into the Whispering Woods, a place that had long been the subject of village tales and gentle warnings. The woods, they said, were alive with magic, where trees spoke in hushed tones and the air shimmered with secrets. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with sandwiches and her favorite book of poems, Lila set off towards the forest's edge. The path was dappled with sunlight, filtering through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced at her feet. She breathed in the earthy aroma of moss and the crisp, fresh scent of fallen leaves, feeling a thrill of adventure tingle through her. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, the world around her seemed to transform. The air grew cooler, and she noticed the soft, melodic whispers of the trees, their leaves rustling in a symphony only the heart could truly hear. She paused to listen, closing her eyes to let the music of the forest fill her soul. In her exploration, Lila stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a gentle glow, where the sunlight seemed to linger a moment longer. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Perched upon one of these branches was a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen, a tiny shimmering sprite with wings that glistened like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. "Hello there," the sprite chirped in a voice as light as a breeze, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "What brings a brave wanderer to our enchanted grove?" Lila, though startled at first, felt an inexplicable warmth from the sprite's presence. "I'm exploring," she replied, her voice steady with newfound courage. "I wanted to see what wonders lay beyond my village." The sprite fluttered down to rest on Lila's shoulder, its touch gentle and comforting. "Ah, a seeker of wonders. Well, you've chosen quite the place. This forest holds many secrets, and not all of them are seen with the eyes." Intrigued, Lila continued her journey with the sprite by her side, guiding her through the forest's hidden nooks and crannies. They passed through fields of wild mushrooms that glowed in soft pastels and crossed streams that sang with the laughter of water sprites. Along the way, Lila encountered a family of foxes with fur as red as autumn leaves. They were tangled in a bramble, their eyes wide with worry. Without hesitation, Lila knelt down and gently untangled their bushy tails, her fingers deft and kind. The foxes, grateful for her help, bowed their heads in thanks before scampering off into the underbrush, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lila and the sprite arrived at a small pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the twilight. Fireflies danced above the water, their glow flickering like tiny lanterns in the gathering dusk. "Here we are," the sprite announced, its voice filled with pride. "This is the heart of the forest, where all paths converge and dreams are born." Lila gazed at the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars above. She felt a sense of peace envelop her, a realization that her journey, though uncertain at first, had brought her to a place of beauty and understanding. "You are braver than you know, Lila," the sprite said softly, its wings brushing her cheek like a whisper. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to seek the unknown with an open heart." With a gentle smile, Lila nodded, the truth of the sprite's words settling within her like a gentle rain. She knew then that her journey had taught her not just about the wonders of the world, but the strength she carried within. As the night deepened, Lila retraced her steps back to Willowbrook, the sprite's glow guiding her through the whispering woods. She felt the forest's magic lingering in her heart, a promise of more adventures to come. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lila returned home, her spirit alight with the joy of discovery and the warmth of newfound friendship. From that night on, she dreamed of the enchanted woods, knowing that courage and curiosity would lead her to whatever wonders lay beyond the horizon. And in the gentle embrace of her dreams, Lila found comfort, wrapped in the knowledge that the world was vast and full of magic, just waiting to be explored. And that is how she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart dancing with the secrets of the Whispering Woods. Story 18. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, there lay a village called Willow Glen. The village was known for its tranquility, where the laughter of children mingled with the symphony of chirping crickets and the gentle rustling of leaves. The villagers lived simple, harmonious lives, drawing from the abundance of nature that surrounded them. But woven into the very fabric of this idyllic village was a secret, a hidden world within the natural environment that only a few could glimpse. In a cozy little cottage at the edge of Willow Glen lived a young girl named Leora. Her eyes were as bright as the morning sun, and her heart was as warm as a summer's breeze. Leora had an insatiable curiosity about the world around her, always eager to explore the forest that stood like a guardian around her village. Her favorite pastime was wandering along the winding paths, her senses alive with the sharp scent of pine and the soft, mossy carpet beneath her feet. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and gold, Leora set off on one of her explorations. The forest was alive with the whisper of the wind weaving through the branches, and the occasional caw of a raven echoed through the canopy. As she trod deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon an ancient, gnarled oak tree that she had never noticed before. Its bark was thick and twisted, and it seemed to hum with an energy that drew Leora closer. As Leora circled the tree, she noticed a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled in the roots. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it felt warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in the sun, though the tree's shade was thick. Leora's curiosity piqued. She opened the box to find a small, shimmering stone. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a deep azure blue speckled with flecks of gold that danced as they caught the light. With the stone cradled in her palm, Leora felt a gentle pulse, as if the stone had a heartbeat of its own. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. In that moment, Leora realized that she could see the hidden world of the Whispering Woods. The trees whispered secrets that only they knew, and the brook babbled with tales of ancient times. As she moved further into this enchanted realm, she encountered creatures of wonder, a fox with fur like silver moonlight, a bird whose feathers glistened like 1,000 rainbows, and a wise old turtle who moved with the grace of the ages. Among these incredible beings, Leora met a small, sprightly creature named Finn. Finn was a sprite, no taller than a pine cone, with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed spiderwebs in the morning sun. His eyes twinkled with mischief and kindness, and he introduced himself with a flourish and a bow. "Welcome, Leora, to the Whispering Woods," Finn chirped, his voice as light as a feather. "You hold the Heartstone, a gift from the forest itself. It grants you the sight to see our hidden world, but it also comes with a responsibility." Leora listened intently, her heart pounding with excitement and anticipation. "What kind of responsibility?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You see, the Whispering Woods is a sanctuary for creatures of magic and mystery," Finn explained, fluttering to perch on a nearby branch. "But the balance is fragile. There are those who would seek to exploit its magic for their own gain. It is up to us to protect this realm and ensure that the harmony remains unbroken." The weight of Finn's words sunk into Leora's heart. She realized that the discovery of this hidden world was not just a gift, but a calling. She vowed to use the Heartstone wisely and to protect the Whispering Woods with all her might. As the days turned into weeks, Leora and Finn became inseparable friends. They explored every nook and cranny of the enchanted forest, learning its secrets and discovering new wonders at every turn. The friendship between the human girl and the magical sprite was unexpected, yet it blossomed into something beautiful and profound. One starry night, as the moon cast a silver glow over the forest, Finn and Leora sat by a quiet stream, listening to the gentle murmur of the water. Finn's eyes were fixed on the starry sky, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. "Leora," he began, his voice soft, "there is something I must tell you. There is a darkness growing at the edge of the Whispering Woods. It's a shadow that threatens to consume the light and harmony of our world." Leora turned to Finn, her heart filled with concern. "What can we do?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. "We must find the source of this darkness and restore the balance," Finn replied. "But we cannot do it alone. We need the help of the other creatures of the forest." Together, Leora and Finn embarked on a journey to rally the creatures of the Whispering Woods. They visited the wise old owl, whose eyes held the wisdom of the ages, and the gentle deer, whose grace and beauty enchanted all who beheld them. They spoke with the playful otters who knew the secrets of the waterways, and the regal stag, whose antlers crowned him the guardian of the forest. Each creature they met pledged their allegiance to the cause, their hearts united in the desire to protect their home. With their newfound allies, Leora and Finn ventured to the edge of the forest, where the darkness loomed like a storm cloud on the horizon. The source of the shadow was a twisted, thorny vine that crept across the forest floor, draining the life and color from everything it touched. Its malevolent presence sent a shiver down Leora's spine, but she stood tall, the Heartstone glowing brightly in her hand. With the courage of her friends beside her, Leora approached the vine. She could feel its cold, dark energy trying to seep into her, but she focused on the warmth of the Heartstone and the love she had for the Whispering Woods. "Together," Leora declared, her voice strong and unwavering, "we can overcome this darkness." The creatures of the forest gathered around her, their hearts and spirits united in a single purpose. With Leora at the forefront, they channeled the energy of the Heartstone, a dazzling light that radiated with the pure essence of the forest. The light washed over the vine, dissolving the darkness and restoring life to the withered trees and plants. The forest sang with joy as the colors returned, brighter and more vibrant than ever before. The balance had been restored, and the whispering woods were safe once more. Exhausted but filled with a sense of triumph, Leora and Finn returned to the heart of the forest. Their journey had changed them both, strengthening their bond and deepening their understanding of the magic that connected their worlds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with a tapestry of stars, Leora and Finn sat beneath the ancient oak tree where their adventure had begun. The Heartstone, now a part of Leora's heart, glowed softly in the twilight. "Thank you, Leora," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Leora smiled, her heart full of warmth and love. "No, thank you, Finn, for showing me the magic of this world and for being my friend." And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the watchful eyes of the forest, Leora and Finn's friendship continued to grow, a testament to the power of love and unity in the face of darkness. In the end, the Whispering Woods remained a sanctuary of wonder and magic, a hidden world that thrived on the bonds of friendship and the strength of those who dared to protect it. And within its depths, the gentle whispers of the forest told tales of a brave girl and her sprite companion, who together made the impossible possible. And so, dear reader, if you ever find yourself wandering through a forest at twilight, listen closely to the whispers of the leaves and the babble of the brook. You might just catch a glimpse of the hidden wonders that lie within and the magical friendships that keep the world in harmony. Story 19. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there was a quaint little village named Elderglen. The village was surrounded by towering oak trees, whose leaves whispered secrets of old, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. Elderglen was a place where the sun's golden rays danced through the leaves, painting patterns on the cobblestone paths, and where the gentle murmur of the nearby brook provided the perfect lullaby for its residents. Among the villagers was a young girl named Marin. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of emeralds that sparkled with wonder, and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the forest. Marin had always felt a special connection to the woods, as though they were alive and speaking directly to her. She spent her days exploring the winding trails, her wicker basket always filled with the treasures she found along the way: glossy acorns, delicate feathers, and once even a tiny, carved wooden bird that seemed to chirp when the wind blew just right. One crisp autumn morning, as the village was waking beneath a blanket of mist, Marin set off on her usual adventure. The forest was a symphony of colors, with leaves of amber and gold fluttering down like confetti. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was narrow and overgrown, almost as if it was trying to hide from the world. Intrigued, Marin pushed aside the branches and made her way down the mysterious trail. The path led her to a hidden glade, a secret haven untouched by time. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk so wide it seemed to embrace the earth itself. The air around the oak felt different, tingling with a gentle magic that made Marin's skin prickle. She approached the tree, her fingers brushing against the rough bark, and noticed something unusual. Nestled among the roots was a small, glimmering stone. The stone was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth and warm to the touch, with swirling colors that shifted and danced like a living rainbow. Marin's heart skipped a beat as she picked it up, feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging. The stone seemed to hum softly in her hand, a melody that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. As Marin turned to leave, she heard a soft rustling behind her. Out of the shadows stepped a creature she had only heard of in bedtime stories, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that glowed with an ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," the fox spoke, its voice a gentle breeze. Marin was taken aback, but there was something about the fox that felt familiar and safe. "Hello," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you?" The fox gave a small bow, its eyes twinkling with amusement. "I am Leora, the guardian of the forest. You have found the Heartstone, a gift of nature that holds great power and responsibility." Marin gazed at the stone in her hand, feeling its warmth seep into her soul. "What does it do?" she asked, curiosity igniting within her. Leora sat gracefully on her haunches, her snowy tail curling around her paws. "The Heartstone can reveal the hidden world of the forest, a realm unseen by ordinary eyes. It allows its bearer to communicate with the spirits of nature and understand the language of the trees and creatures. Marin's eyes widened with wonder. What should I do with it? The Heartstone chooses its bearer wisely, Leora replied, her gaze steady and kind. It is yours to keep if you are willing to protect the balance of this forest and learn its secrets. But remember, true wisdom and friendship are needed to wield its power. Marin nodded, feeling a sense of purpose bloom within her. I will do my best. With a nod of approval, Leora rose and began to fade into the shadows. We will meet again, young guardian, she said, her voice a whisper on the wind. And with that, she was gone. Clutching the Heartstone, Marin made her way back to the village, her mind buzzing with excitement and questions. As she walked, she noticed the forest around her seemed to come alive. The leaves rustled greetings, and the brook babbled in a language she could almost understand. For the first time, she felt truly at home. Over the following days, Marin returned to the glade, eager to learn more about the hidden world she had been entrusted with. The Heartstone opened her eyes to a realm where the trees had voices that shared their memories, and the animals spoke of their journeys and dreams. She spent hours listening and learning, her heart growing ever fonder of her new friends. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Marin sat beneath the ancient oak with Leora by her side. You have learned much, Marin, Leora said, her voice warm with pride. But there is one last lesson you must understand. Marin tilted her head, curious. What is it? The Heartstone is a bridge between worlds, Leora explained. But it is also a reminder that true magic lies within us. It is our kindness, our courage, and our willingness to connect with others that truly change the world. Marin nodded, her heart swelling with understanding. She realized that while the Heartstone was a wondrous gift, it was her own actions and choices that would shape the future of Elderglen and in its enchanted forest. As the stars twinkled above, Marin felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, she had the wisdom of the forest and the strength of her friendships to guide her. With Leora by her side and the Heartstone cradled in her hands, she was ready to embrace whatever adventures the world had in store. And so, with the gentle song of the forest as her lullaby, Marin drifted into a deep, restful sleep, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The village of Elderglen, with its hidden wonders and timeless magic, was her home, and she would cherish it always. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the shimmering stars, the story of Marin, the Heartstone, and the enchanted forest began, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the quiet power of a kind heart. Story 20. In a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering lake that reflected the sky like a mirror, there lived a young girl named Arya. Her home was a cottage made of warm, sun-kissed stone, with a garden overflowing with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Arya had always felt a deep connection to her surroundings, yet she was unaware of the rich tapestry of history that wove through her lineage. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves whispered secrets among themselves, Arya's grandmother called her to the attic. The attic was a place of mystery and wonder, filled with the scent of cedar wood and lavender, where sunlight streamed through the round window, casting patterns on the wooden floor. Arya, my dear, her grandmother said with a twinkle in her eye, it's time you learn about the legacy of our family. She handed Arya a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns resembling the wind's playful dance, and it felt warm and alive in her hands. With delicate fingers, Arya opened the box to reveal a collection of artifacts that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. There was a pendant made of smooth, polished stone, its color shifting like the hues of the lake at dawn. Beside it lay a set of parchment scrolls, their edges frayed, but the ink as vibrant as ever. And most intriguing of all, a small, ornate key that glinted in the sunlight. Her grandmother explained, "These are treasures from our ancestors, passed down through generations. Each holds a story, a lesson that speaks of who we are and where we come from." Arya was captivated. She felt the weight of the pendant in her palm, its cool surface tingling against her skin. "What do these stories tell?" she asked softly, her gaze fixed on the objects before her. her grandmother beckoned her to sit by the window, where they could watch the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. "Let me tell you the tale of the pendant," she began, her voice weaving a gentle tapestry of words. "Long ago, our ancestors were guardians of the lake, protectors of its secrets. The pendant was crafted from a stone found at its depths, a gift from the lake itself. It is said to hold the wisdom of the waters, a reminder to flow with life's currents and embrace change." As Arya listened, she imagined the lake at night, its surface shimmering under the moon's gaze, whispering ancient songs of transformation and continuity. She felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the pendant had whispered its secrets directly into her heart. The next artifact, the scrolls, told of a time when the village faced a great drought. "Our ancestors turned to the knowledge of the land," her grandmother recounted, "and learned from the patterns of the seasons. They realized that nature has its cycles, and with patience and understanding, balance would be restored." Arya could see the fields in her mind, parched and cracked, then slowly returning to life as rain kissed the earth once more. She felt a deeper connection to the rhythm of the world, a dance of give and take, of patience and perseverance. Finally, the key. Its mystery intrigued Arya most of all. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing she might break a spell. Her grandmother smiled, a knowing smile that spoke of secrets and revelations. "The key," she said, "is a symbol of unlocking one's potential, of discovering the magic within. It reminds us that while we are shaped by our heritage, we also have the power to forge our own paths." Arya held the key tightly, feeling its promise and the weight of her own dreams. She understood now that the legacy of her family was not just about the past, but a living, breathing part of her present and future. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Arya felt a profound sense of belonging. She was a part of something greater, a thread in the vast tapestry of life. The warmth of the artifacts, the stories of her ancestors, had woven themselves into her being, filling her with a gentle strength and quiet wisdom. That night, as she lay in her bed beneath a quilt stitched with love and history, Arya smiled softly. She knew that the lessons of her ancestors would guide her, just as they had guided those before her. The world was a wondrous place, full of mysteries to uncover and stories to tell, and she was ready to embrace it all, with the lake's wisdom, the land's patience, and her own heart's truth lighting the way. And as she drifted into dreams, the night wrapped her in its tender embrace, as if the stars themselves were whispering lullabies of hope and harmony. Story 21. Title: The Whispers of the Willow Wood. Once upon a time, in the gentle folds of a serene valley, there stood an ancient wood known as Willow Wood. It was a place where the leaves seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, where the streams sang lullabies to the stars, and where time flowed like the gentle ripple of a brook. Within this enchanted forest lay a hidden world, one that remained unseen to the untrained eye. The story begins on a tranquil evening, with the sun casting its final golden rays across the landscape. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the soft hum of crickets preparing their nightly symphony. In a modest cottage on the edge of the wood lived a kindly old herbalist named Greta. She was known far and wide for her wisdom and her gentle spirit, and though her hair had long turned silver, her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of a child. Greta's life was a simple one, filled with the rhythms of nature. She spent her days tending to her garden, brewing potions, and sharing her knowledge with anyone who sought her counsel. Yet despite her contentment, Greta felt a tug at her heart, a longing for something more, something just beyond her reach. One mist-laden dawn, as she wandered through the dew-kissed grasses, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled amongst the roots of a towering willow was a quaint, silver key glinting in the morning light, as if the sun had bestowed upon it a special blessing. Greta picked it up, sensing its cool metal against her palm, and felt a strange warmth spread through her fingertips. Curious about the key's purpose, Greta decided to visit her dear friend, a wise old owl named Thistle. Thistle was known as the keeper of Willowwood's secrets, a sage creature who had witnessed the turning of many seasons. His tree stood at the heart of the forest, its leaves whispering softly in the breeze. As Greta approached, Thistle opened his golden eyes, blinking slowly in acknowledgement. "Ah, Greta," he hooted with a voice like rustling leaves, "what brings you to my humble abode this fine morning?" Greta held out the key, its surface gleaming in the dappled sunlight. "I found this by the old Willow," she explained. "Do you know what it might unlock?" Thistle gazed at the key, his eyes narrowing in thought. "This," he said after a pause, "is no ordinary key. It belongs to the world beyond, a place hidden from our sight." Greta's heart fluttered with excitement and apprehension. "A hidden world? Tell me more, dear Thistle." The owl unfurled his wings slightly, a gesture of intrigue. "Many moons ago, our forest was home to a magical realm known as the Whispering Glade. It is said that those who find the key may gain entry, but only if they seek with a pure heart." Greta listened intently, her imagination alight with possibilities. "How might I find this Whispering Glade?" she asked. Thistle's eyes glimmered with an ancient wisdom. "Follow the whispers of the willows, Greta. They will guide you to the heart of the wood, where the veil between worlds is thinnest." With a bow of gratitude, Greta set off on her quest, the key clinking gently in her pocket. The forest enveloped her in its cool embrace, the air rich with the scent of pine and the distant trill of birds. She walked with purpose, her steps light and sure, as if the very earth was urging her onward. As she ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and the light dimmer, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. Greta paused, listening intently to the faint whispers that seemed to emanate from the willows themselves. Their voices were soft like a breeze stirring through chimes, guiding her with their ethereal song. Eventually, Greta arrived at a clearing bathed in a soft, otherworldly glow. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and adorned with delicate carvings of leaves and stars. She approached it with reverence, her heart pounding with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Greta reached for the key and inserted it into the lock at the archway's base. The key turned smoothly, and with a gentle click, the air shimmered like a mirage. The stone archway transformed into a portal, a swirling tapestry of colors and light. With a mixture of awe and courage, Greta stepped through, feeling a tingling sensation as she crossed the threshold. On the other side lay the Whispering Glade, a realm of breathtaking beauty and wonder. The sky was a canvas of soft pastels, and the air was filled with the fragrance of wildflowers and the gentle hum of life. Greta wandered through this enchanted world, her senses alive with delight. She marveled at the vibrant colors of the flora, the shimmering wings of butterflies, and the melodic calls of unseen creatures. Here time seemed to slow, each moment stretching into eternity. As she explored, Greta encountered a group of ethereal beings known as the Glade Guardians. They were gentle creatures with eyes like pools of starlight, their forms shifting like mist. They greeted her with warmth, recognizing the purity of her heart. "Welcome, Greta," they said in voices as soft as a lullaby. "You have been chosen to share in the secrets of our world." Greta's heart swelled with gratitude and wonder. "Thank you for welcoming me," she replied, her voice filled with awe. "I am honored to be here." The Glade Guardians guided Greta to a crystal-clear pond at the heart of the glade. Its surface was like liquid glass, reflecting the sky and the surrounding beauty. As she gazed into its depths, Greta saw visions of her past, present, and future, moments of joy, sorrow, and growth. She realized that the journey to the Whispering Glade was not just a physical one, but a journey of the heart and spirit. It was a reminder that true wisdom came from embracing life's experiences with an open heart and from cherishing the connections she had forged with others. With newfound clarity and purpose, Greta returned to her own world, the key a cherished keepsake of her extraordinary adventure. She continued to tend to her garden, share her knowledge, and nurture the bonds of friendship that enriched her life. And though the Whispering Glade remained hidden from view, its magic lingered in Greta's heart, a gentle reminder of the wonder and beauty that existed both within and beyond the world she knew. As the years passed, Greta's legacy of kindness and wisdom spread far and wide. The people of the valley spoke of her with reverence, and her story became woven into the fabric of the land, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Greta's spirit continued to wander through the Whispering Glade, forever guided by the whispers of the willows, and the gentle song of the earth. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was nestled on the edge of both the human world and the realm of magic. Each morning, the sun would rise gently over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, as the villagers began their day with a song, their voices mingling with the sweet chirping of the birds. The village was home to many kind-hearted souls who lived in harmony with the magical creatures that roamed the forest. Among them was a young girl named Leora, with hair as dark as the midnight sky and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her curiosity and her gentle heart, always eager to lend a helping hand to both human and creature alike. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned shades of amber and crimson, something peculiar began to unfold in Willowbrook. Strange occurrences were afoot. The village's beloved well, which had always been brimming with crystal-clear water, suddenly appeared to be drying up, leaving only a trickle. The villagers were perplexed, for the well had been a source of life-giving water for generations. Could it be the work of the mischievous sprites? Wondered the villagers as they gathered in the warm glow of the village square's lanterns that evening. But Leora, with her keen sense of observation and her belief in the goodness of all creatures, thought otherwise. She decided to investigate the mystery, setting out with her best friend and companion, a small, wise owl named Alan. Alan was no ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with a silvery sheen, and his eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "The answer lies not in suspicion, but in understanding," he hooted softly, perched on Leora's shoulder as they ventured into the woods. As they walked, the forest around them was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant streams. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Leora and Alan listened carefully, hoping for clues. As they approached the well, they noticed something unusual. The ground around it was damp, and delicate flowers had begun to bloom out of season, their petals glistening in the moonlight. Leora knelt beside the well, running her fingers through the soft earth. "This is no ordinary dampness," she mused aloud. "It's as if the water has found a new path." Alan fluttered his wings thoughtfully. "Perhaps the water is being drawn elsewhere," he suggested, his voice as calm as the gentle breeze. Intrigued, Leora followed the trail of moisture, which led them deeper into the forest. The path was lined with glowing mushrooms that cast a soft luminescence, guiding their way. Soon, they came upon a hidden glade that shimmered with an ethereal light. In the center of the glade was a small, bubbling spring, surrounded by tiny fluttering creatures with wings that sparkled like diamonds. "Water sprites!" Leora exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. The sprites danced and sang around the spring, their song a melody of joy and life. One of the sprites, noticing Leora and Alan, flitted closer, her wings trailing stardust. "Greetings, gentle ones," she chimed, her voice as soft as a whisper. "We mean no harm. The water found its way to us, reviving our spring." Leora smiled warmly at the sprite. "We are glad to see your spring renewed, but the village well has grown dry. Is there a way we might share the water?" The sprite nodded, her eyes gleaming with understanding. "Of course. Our magic can guide the water back to the well, but we will need the help of the forest's guardian, the great oak." The great oak was a wise old tree, his branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Leora had often sat beneath his shade, listening to the stories whispered by the leaves. Together with the sprites, Leora and Alan made their way to the great oak, whose roots ran deep into the earth, connecting the forest. Upon reaching the ancient tree, Leora placed her hand gently on the rough bark. "Great oak, we seek your wisdom," she spoke softly. "Will you help us guide the water back to the village well, so both the sprites and the villagers may thrive?" The great oak's leaves rustled in response, a deep, resonant voice echoing from within. "Young Leora, you have always shown kindness and understanding. The balance of nature must be maintained, and together we shall restore it." With a gentle creak, the great oak began to weave a spell, his branches swaying in a graceful dance. The sprites joined in, their song harmonizing with the rustling leaves and the murmuring breeze. Slowly, the water began to flow, a silvery stream winding its way back toward the village. As dawn broke, casting a golden glow over the forest, Leora and Alan returned to Willowbrook. The villagers gathered around the well, their eyes widening with joy as the water once again poured forth, clear and plentiful. "Leora, you have saved our village," they cheered, their hearts filled with gratitude. But Leora shook her head with a gentle smile. It was not I alone, but the harmony of the forest and the kindness of all its creatures that restored the balance. And so the strange occurrences were explained, bringing with them a deeper bond between the villagers and the magical beings of the Whispering Woods. From that day forth, the water flowed freely, a symbol of the unity and understanding that united both worlds. As the stars twinkled above and the village settled into the comfort of a peaceful night, Leora and Alan sat by the cozy fireplace in her cottage. The flames crackled softly, casting a warm glow over their faces. "Today was a reminder," Alan mused, his voice a soft lullaby, "that with wisdom and friendship, any challenge can be overcome." Leora nodded, her eyes growing heavy with sleep, and that the magic of understanding is the strongest magic of all. With that, the gentle girl and her wise owl drifted into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the symphony of the night, knowing that the balance of their world had been lovingly restored. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of leaves weaved an intricate tapestry that filtered sunlight into soft, dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lay a hidden world brimming with life and wonder. It was a realm where the air was scented with the earthy aroma of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of times long past. This forest was home to creatures both familiar and fantastical. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered in shades of silver and midnight blue, like the twilight sky. Orin lived high in the branches of a grand oak tree, whose roots delved deep into the very soul of the earth. From here, Orin watched over the woodland denizens, ensuring that harmony was maintained among the myriad of beings who called this place home. The forest was a symphony of life, with each creature playing its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The deer, graceful and quiet, moved through the underbrush, their eyes bright and curious. The squirrels, ever busy, darted from branch to branch, their bushy tails flicking with each leap. Beneath the canopy, the forest floor teemed with life as insects scuttled about, tiny architects of the earth. Among these creatures was a gentle rabbit named Thistle. Thistle was known for her kind heart and quick wit, always eager to help her fellow forest friends. Her fur was as soft as the morning mist that rolled over the meadows, and her eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 sunrises. Thistle loved the forest with all her being, for it was a place of balance and beauty, where every creature had its role, and every season its purpose. One day, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in hues of gold and crimson, a curious phenomenon began to unfold. The forest, usually alive with the vibrant energy of life, seemed to hold its breath. The air was charged with a sense of anticipation, as though the very trees were waiting for something magical to occur. Word spread quickly throughout the woodland, carried on the breeze, and whispered through the rustling leaves. The forest creatures gathered in a sun-dappled clearing, a place where the light danced upon the ground, and the scent of wildflowers hung sweetly in the air. Orin the owl, perched majestically on a low branch, addressed the assembly with a voice as smooth as the still waters of a forest pond. "Friends," Orin began, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, "a change is upon us, one that comes with the turning of the seasons. It is a time of great magic, when the veil between worlds grows thin, and the forest reveals its secrets." The creatures listened in rapt silence, their eyes wide with wonder. Thistle, nestled among her fellow woodland friends, felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She knew that this was a moment to be cherished, a time when the forest would share its deepest mysteries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of rose and indigo, the magic began to unfold. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of crisp autumn air. The forest seemed to glow with an inner light, as if the very trees were alight with the warmth of 1,000 tiny suns. In this moment, the creatures of the forest could see the invisible threads that connected them all, a shimmering web of life and energy that bound them together in a delicate dance of harmony. It was a reminder of the balance that sustained their world, a balance that must be nurtured and protected. Thistle felt a deep sense of peace settle over her as she gazed upon this wondrous sight. She understood, in her heart, the lesson that the forest was sharing, that every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. It was a lesson of unity and respect, of cherishing the earth and the bounty it provided. As the night deepened and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the magic slowly faded, leaving behind a sense of calm and fulfillment. The creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their hearts brimming with the wisdom that had been passed down through the ages. Thistle, too, made her way back to her burrow, the soft earth cool beneath her paws. She felt a gentle joy within her, a contentment that came from knowing she was part of something much greater than herself. She nestled into her cozy den, the scent of fresh hay and sweet grass wrapping around her like a warm embrace. As Thistle drifted off to sleep, the forest hummed a lullaby, the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of the night birds creating a melody that soothed her spirit. She dreamed of the magic of the forest, of the beauty of the seasons, and the wisdom of the earth, knowing that she was a cherished part of this wondrous world. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, life continued its eternal dance, each creature playing its part in the symphony of nature. The forest remained a place of balance and harmony, a sanctuary where magic thrived and wisdom was shared, passed down through the generations in a timeless cycle of life and renewal. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Clara. She had an unassuming charm about her, with twinkling eyes that mirrored the stars and a smile as warm as the summer sun. Clara spent her days tending to her little garden, where flowers of every hue bloomed under her careful touch, and her nights reading tales of far-off lands beneath the soft glow of a lantern. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering apples in the orchard behind her cottage, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried beneath the fallen leaves. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns and delicate inlays of mother-of-pearl that glimmered like moonlit ripples on a pond. Curiosity piqued, Clara brushed away the leaves and lifted the box into her hands. As she turned it over, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, as if the very breeze was singing a gentle lullaby. Clara's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a strange warmth radiate from the box, seeping into her fingertips and spreading through her like the first sip of hot cocoa on a chilly night. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara placed the box on the kitchen table. She brewed a pot of chamomile tea, the fragrant steam curling around her like a comforting embrace, and sat down to examine her find more closely. As she traced the intricate carvings with her fingertips, the box suddenly clicked open, revealing a small, shimmering blue stone nestled within. The moment Clara touched the stone, a soft voice whispered in her mind, as gentle as a breeze rustling through autumn leaves. "Guardian of the Heartstone," it said, "you are chosen to protect and harness the magic of the world around you." Clara gasped, her heart fluttering with awe and trepidation. Could it be true? Was this small, unassuming stone truly magical? Over the coming days, Clara discovered that the Heartstone possessed a wondrous power. When she held it close and concentrated, she could sense the emotions of those around her, like ripples in a pond. She felt the joy of the children playing in the village square, the contentment of her neighbor as she baked bread in her kitchen, and the quiet melancholy of the old man who sat alone by the fountain. But with this newfound ability came a whisper of responsibility. Clara knew she must use the Heartstone's magic wisely, to help and heal rather than harm or deceive. One evening, as the golden hues of sunset painted the sky, Clara sat beneath the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village, pondering the Heartstone's gift. It was there she met the first of her helper companions, a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered with a silvery sheen. "Good evening, Clara," Orin hooted softly, his eyes gleaming like amber lanterns. "I see you have discovered the Heartstone's secret. It is a rare and precious gift indeed." Clara smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the wise creature. But what should I do with it, Orin? How can I use this magic to make a difference? Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. Magic is best used when it is woven with wisdom and kindness. Listen to the whispers of the Heartstone, and you will find your path. Encouraged by Orin's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey not of distance, but of understanding and empathy. She began visiting the villagers, listening to their stories, and offering comfort and counsel where she could. One day, Clara encountered a young boy named Finn, who sat sadly by the riverbank, his feet dangling in the cool water. His eyes were clouded with worry, and Clara felt a deep sadness emanating from him like the chill of a winter's night. Sitting beside him, Clara gently inquired about his troubles. Finn hesitated, then confided that his family was struggling to pay the taxes on their farm. His worry for their future weighed heavily on his young shoulders. Clara listened intently, her heart aching with empathy. "Perhaps there's a way we can help," she suggested, her voice soothing as a lullaby. Together, with the Heartstone's guidance, Clara and Finn devised a plan. They would organize a village fair where everyone could showcase their talents, baking, crafting, storytelling, and sell their goods to raise the needed funds. As the fair day approached, the village buzzed with excitement. Bunting fluttered in the breeze, colorful stalls lined the square, and the scent of freshly baked pies wafted through the air. Clara's garden blooms adorned the stalls, their vibrant petals whispering promises of hope and renewal. The fair was a resounding success, and the villagers' hearts were light with joy and camaraderie. Finn's family raised enough to secure their farm, and more importantly, the village was drawn closer together, each person realizing the strength and warmth that lay in their bonds of friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Clara sat by the riverbank once more, the Heartstone warm in her hand. Orin alighted beside her, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Clara," he hooted softly. "The magic of the Heartstone is not in its power, but in the love and understanding it fosters." Clara smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had set out on a journey to make a difference, and in doing so had found the true magic within herself and her community. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Clara returned home, the gentle hum of the Heartstone echoing her own contentment. She placed the stone back in its wooden box, knowing that the magic would always be there, a quiet companion in her heart. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the wise old owl, life continued in its gentle rhythm. The villagers, united by Clara's kindness and the magic of the Heartstone, faced each day with hope and harmony, their hearts forever warmed by the enchantment of friendship. And as Clara drifted into dreams each night, the comforting melody of the Heartstone sang her to sleep, a reminder that the truest magic lies not in objects or abilities, but in the love and wisdom shared between kindred souls. Story 25. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, ancient forest, there was a small cottage with walls covered in climbing ivy and a roof thatched with golden straw. The air around it was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of the leaves played a lullaby for those who cared to listen. This was the home of a young girl named Lyra, known for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity. Lyra lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who told tales of magic and wonder, stories that danced around the flickering flames of their hearth on chilly nights. Among these stories, one always lingered in Lyra's mind. The tale of the Whispering Woods, a mysterious part of the forest where it was said the trees could talk, and hidden worlds unfolded for those who were pure of heart and brave enough to seek them. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and gold, Lyra set out on a journey. Her heart was a fluttering bird, eager to explore, to uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods that her grandmother often spoke of. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of her grandmother's famous apple cider, then wrapped herself in a cloak the color of twilight. The path to the Whispering Woods was known to few and traveled by even fewer. As Lyra ventured deeper into the forest, the usual sounds of life, birdsong and the chatter of squirrels, faded into a serene silence. The trees here were older, their trunks thick with age and wisdom, their branches woven into a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, green glow. Lyra paused to admire the beauty around her, her breath visible in the cool air as she pressed forward. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves, their crispness underfoot a comforting reminder of the season's change. She followed the winding path until she reached a small clearing. At its center stood a gnarled oak tree, its bark etched with patterns that seemed almost deliberate in their design, as if the tree had been painted by a careful hand. It was here that Lyra heard it, the softest of whispers like the rustle of silk in the breeze. She turned, her eyes wide with wonder, searching for the source of the sound. The voice was gentle, old, and wise. "Lyra," it called, her name a tender caress in the air. "You seek the world within, do you not?" Lyra's heart skipped. "I do," she replied, her voice steady yet tinged with awe. "I wish to see what lies beyond the stories." "Then listen well," the voice continued, emanating from the great oak itself. "To find the hidden world, you must use the key of kindness and the lens of compassion. Only those who can see with their hearts may enter." Beneath the oak, tucked among its roots, Lyra noticed a small wooden box, its surface polished and warm. She knelt to open it, revealing a simple silver key and a glass lens, both glowing softly with an inner light. With the key in hand and the lens held close, Lyra felt a surge of warmth spread through her chest, a feeling as comforting as a hug from her grandmother. She knew what she had to do. The whispers guided her deeper into the woods, past trees that leaned in as if to hear her thoughts, over streams that sang with ancient tunes. Before long, she arrived at a majestic archway formed by intertwining branches, a natural gate to the world beyond. She placed the key into an invisible lock, and as it turned, the archway shimmered, the air around it bending and swirling until a passageway appeared, aglow with the promise of hidden wonders. Lyra stepped through, the lens clasped in her hand. On the other side, the world was a tapestry of colors and sounds more vibrant than she had ever imagined. The sky was a deep sapphire, dotted with clouds that drifted lazily like cotton on a summer breeze. The grass beneath her feet was soft, a rich emerald green, and flowers bloomed in hues of lilac, azure, and crimson. As she wandered, Lyra discovered creatures that defied her imagination. Tiny winged foxes that darted through the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust, rabbits with coats of silver that shimmered like starlight, and butterflies whose wings bore patterns akin to stained glass windows. But it was not just the beauty that captured Lyra's heart, it was the sense of belonging, the feeling that this world, with its magic and mystery, was a part of her, and she a part of it. As she explored, she encountered others, gentle spirits of the woods who welcomed her with smiles and open arms, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. Among them was a young spirit named Finn, with hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the sea on a stormy day. Finn became her guide, showing her the wonders of this hidden world and teaching her the language of the trees and the songs of the streams. Days turned into weeks, and in this enchanted realm, time seemed to flow differently, each moment a jewel to be cherished. Lyra learned not just about the world around her, but about herself. She discovered a strength within her, a resilience born of compassion and understanding. Yet as the days passed, a gentle longing began to stir within her, a yearning for the familiar warmth of her grandmother's cottage, the scent of jasmine, and the crackling fire that held so many cherished memories. It was time, she realized, to return. With a heavy heart but a soul enriched by her journey, Lyra bade farewell to her newfound friends, promising to return one day. Finn pressed a small, iridescent feather into her hand, a token of their friendship and a reminder of her time in the hidden world. As Lyra retraced her steps through the archway, the light around her shimmered, and she found herself once more in the whispering woods. The great oak greeted her with a knowing rustle, and she thanked it for the gift of her adventure. When she finally returned to the cottage, her grandmother was waiting, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "You've had quite the journey, haven't you, my dear?" she said, pulling Lyra into a warm embrace. Lyra nodded, her heart full. "Yes, and I've learned that the greatest magic lies not just in the world around us, but within our hearts." Her grandmother smiled, the lines on her face softening in the firelight. "That's a lesson worth more than any treasure, my dear." As night fell, Lyra shared her tale by the hearth, the crackling fire echoing the warmth of her story. And as the flames danced and the stars twinkled overhead, she knew that her journey had just begun, for the world was full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with the kindness and wisdom she had found within herself. And so, with a heart filled with dreams and a soul alight with newfound courage, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her adventures cradling her gently like the whispering winds of the woods. Story 26. In a quaint village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences had been unfolding, much to the bewilderment of its inhabitants. Every morning the townsfolk would wake to find their gardens in disarray, with flowers and vegetables seemingly rearranged overnight. Little Willow, a curious young girl with a keen eye for detail, was determined to solve this puzzling mystery. One night, she decided to keep watch from her bedroom window, her eyes peering into the darkness of her family's garden. As the moon reached its highest point, Willow gasped in delight. Tiny, glowing figures emerged from beneath the soil, their forms resembling miniature men and women adorned with petals and leaves. They danced and twirled, carefully tending to each plant with gentle caresses and hushed whispers. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but the magical scene continued to unfold before her. These must be the fabled garden sprites her grandmother had spoken of, the very beings responsible for nurturing the village's bountiful harvests. The next morning, Willow excitedly shared her discovery with her family, but they were skeptical, attributing her tale to an overactive imagination. Undeterred, Willow sought guidance from the village elder, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, who had seen countless seasons come and go. As Willow recounted her experience, Oakley's weathered bark crinkled into a warm smile. "Ah, the garden sprites," he rumbled. "It is a rare gift to witness their secret work. They are the guardians of our lands, ensuring that every seed takes root and blossoms into vibrant life." Emboldened by Oakley's words, Willow decided to invite the sprites into her confidence. That night she left a small offering of wildflower petals and honeyed water near her garden, whispering a humble request for them to reveal themselves. To her delight, the glowing sprites emerged once more, their tiny faces aglow with curiosity. Willow gently introduced herself and explained the village's confusion over the rearranged gardens. The sprites exchanged knowing glances, and through a series of melodic chimes and gestures, conveyed their purpose. They were not merely tending to the plants, but also communicating with them, learning their needs, and ensuring their optimal growth. With a newfound appreciation for the sprites' work, Willow eagerly shared her discovery with the villagers. Understanding blossomed, and a sense of wonder rippled through the community as they realized the extraordinary beings living among them. From that day forward, the village embraced the sprites as cherished friends, leaving small offerings and tending to their gardens with renewed care and respect. And Willow, with her inquisitive spirit and open heart, became a bridge between the human and magical realms, ensuring that the village's harmony with nature would flourish for generations to come. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her home sat at the edge of the whispering woods, a place that sang with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle babble of hidden brooks. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and mystery, for those who ventured too far within rarely returned with the same look in their eyes. Leela, however, was not one to shy away from the unknown. Her heart brimmed with wonder and an unyielding desire to see what lay beyond the familiar paths. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip and paint the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leela decided it was time to explore the whispering woods and discover its secrets for herself. As she stepped into the woods, the air changed, wrapping her in a warm, fragrant embrace that smelled of pine needles and wildflowers. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the canopy above filtered the sunlight into a delicate lattice of light and shadow. Every step she took was accompanied by the symphony of nature, the calls of distant birds, the chatter of squirrels, and the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees. Lila's heart swelled with excitement and a hint of trepidation as she ventured deeper into the woods. Soon she came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. There, in the center, stood a towering tree, unlike any she had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, covered in a tapestry of emerald ivy, and its branches stretched out like welcoming arms. At its base, a small door carved into the bark beckoned her closer. With a mixture of caution and curiosity, Lila approached the door. She hesitated for a moment, listening to the gentle hum that seemed to emanate from within. Summoning her courage, she gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the tree was a marvel in itself. It was as if she had entered a different world, a cozy, circular room illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent mushrooms that lined the walls. The air was filled with the scent of honeyed tea and the faint crackle of a hidden fireplace. In the center of the room sat a whimsical creature, small and round, with eyes like twinkling stars and fur as soft as dandelion fluff. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Bramble, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted realm?" Lila, her voice a mix of awe and excitement, replied, "I have always been curious about the woods and wanted to see its wonders for myself." Bramble nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Curiosity is a gift, child, and the woods are full of wonders for those brave enough to seek them." With Bramble as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey through the Whispering Woods. Together, they wandered through fields of luminescent flowers that shimmered like a sea of stars, crossed bridges woven from spider silk that spanned over crystal-clear streams, and listened to the songs of the wind as it danced through the treetops. Along the way, they encountered an array of whimsical creatures. Playful fireflies that painted the air in vibrant streaks, chattering squirrels with tails like brushes dipped in gold, and wise old owls who shared stories of the forest's ancient past. Each encounter was a gentle challenge, an opportunity for Lila to use her wits and kindness to help those she met. She untangled a butterfly caught in a thorny bush, discovered the secret of the riddling river, and found the courage to face her own fears when they came upon the shadowy glen, where whispers of doubt lingered like a soft mist. As the night deepened and the stars emerged to watch over the world, Lila and Bramble returned to the great tree. There, in the cozy warmth of the tree's heart, Bramble brewed a pot of sweet, soothing tea. They sat together, sipping the fragrant brew, and Lila's heart overflowed with gratitude for the magical journey she had embarked upon. "Thank you, Bramble," Lila said, her eyes glistening with joy. "I've learned so much and seen such beauty." Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Remember, Layla, the world is full of wonders waiting to be explored. All it takes is a little courage and the willingness to step into the unknown." As the first light of dawn began to peek through the canopy, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Bramble, promising to return one day and visit her newfound friends in the Whispering Woods. With a heart full of memories and the gentle whisper of the woods in her ears, Lila made her way back home. The village seemed a little brighter, the world a bit wider, and her spirit soared with the knowledge that she had discovered a place where magic lived, not just in the woods, but in her heart. And so, as the villagers began their day, Lila curled up in her cozy bed, the warmth of the Whispering Woods still wrapped around her like a soft blanket. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come, knowing that with courage and curiosity, the world was hers to explore. The end. Story 28. In the heart of a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood a small, unassuming shop with a wooden sign that read, "Curiosities and Wonders." The shop was owned by a gentle, silver-haired woman named Agatha, whose eyes twinkled with the knowledge of many lifetimes. Her shop was a treasure trove of peculiar objects, each with its own story waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the soft breeze, a young girl named Mara wandered into the shop. Mara was known for her insatiable curiosity and her love of stories, always seeking the extraordinary in the mundane. As she stepped inside, a warm, nutty aroma of freshly brewed tea mixed with the comforting scent of old books enveloped her, inviting her deeper into the cozy space. Agatha greeted Mara with a kind smile and a steaming cup of chamomile tea. "Welcome, dear. Feel free to explore, she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Mara nodded, cradling the warm cup in her hands, and began to wander through the aisles filled with trinkets and oddities. Her eyes were drawn to a small, intricately carved wooden box resting on a dusty shelf. The box was adorned with delicate inlays of silver and mother of pearl, depicting scenes of starry nights and swirling galaxies. As Mara reached out to touch it, the box emitted a gentle hum, resonating with something deep within her soul. "Ah, you found the Star Keeper," Agatha said, appearing beside her. "It's a very special box, you see. Inside it holds the essence of a star, a fragment of wonder and possibility." Mara's eyes widened with awe. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Agatha chuckled softly. "It grants you a glimpse into the dreams of the universe, allowing you to see the world not just as it is, but as it could be. But remember, young one, true magic lies not in the object itself, but in the heart that wields it." With Agatha's gentle encouragement, Mara carefully opened the box. A soft, radiant light spilled out, enveloping her in a warm glow. She felt a tingling sensation, as if her very being was being woven into the fabric of the cosmos. In that moment, Mara saw visions of places she'd never been, people she'd never met, and possibilities she'd never imagined. As the light faded, Mara found herself back in the shop, her heart filled with a newfound sense of wonder. Agatha smiled knowingly. "The journey is just beginning, dear Mara. The Star Keeper has chosen you to carry its light into the world." Over the following days, Mara found herself drawn to the forest on the outskirts of the village. She felt a strange pull, as if the trees and the wind were whispering secrets meant only for her ears. With each visit, she noticed things she had never seen before, the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor, the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the woods, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air with life. One day, as she sat by the brook, Mara noticed a small, timid rabbit struggling to reach a patch of lush green grass on the other side. The brook was wider here, and the rabbit seemed hesitant to cross. Remembering the lessons of the Star Keeper, Mara closed her eyes and let her heart guide her. In her mind, she saw a vision of stepping stones appearing across the brook, forming a gentle path for the rabbit to follow. When she opened her eyes, the stones were there, just as she had imagined. The rabbit tentatively hopped across, pausing to look back at Mara with grateful eyes before disappearing into the underbrush. As Mara continued her visits to the forest, she befriended other creatures, an eloquent owl with feathers like midnight silk, a mischievous fox with eyes like amber, and a wise old turtle who moved with the patience of time itself. Each of them shared their own stories and wisdom, teaching Mara about the delicate balance of the world around her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky became a canvas of twilight hues, Mara sat with her friends beneath an ancient oak tree. The owl, whose name was Orin, spoke in his deep, melodic voice. "The forest has sensed a change, young Mara. The balance is shifting, and it is up to us to restore it." Mara listened intently, understanding the gravity of the situation. "What must we do?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. Orin tilted his head, considering her question. "There is a hidden glade, deep within the forest, where the heart of the land beats strongest. It has become clouded, and its light dimmed. We must journey there and bring back the harmony." With her companions by her side, Mara embarked on the journey to the hidden glade. The path was winding and at times difficult, but the gentle guidance of her friends and the light of the Star Keeper illuminated their way. Along the journey, Mara learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart, attuning herself to the subtle rhythms of the forest. Finally, they arrived at the glade, a serene, untouched sanctuary where time seemed to stand still. But the glade's once vibrant colors were muted, and an air of melancholy hung over it like a shroud. In the center stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface marred by a swirling shadow. Mara approached the pool, feeling the weight of the shadow pressing down upon her. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the light of the Star Keeper to flow through her. In her mind's eye, she saw the glade as it should be, a place of light and life, where every creature danced in harmony. With her heart full of love and hope, Mara whispered words of kindness and encouragement, her voice a gentle balm to the wounded land. Bit by bit, the shadow began to recede, its darkness dissolving into the light. As the glade returned to its former splendor, Mara and her companions felt a profound sense of peace wash over them. The balance had been restored, and the forest sang with joy. With their task complete, Mara and her friends returned to the village, where Agatha awaited them with open arms. The old woman smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You've done well, dear Mara. The world is a little brighter because of you." Mara hugged Agatha tightly, grateful for the journey and the friends she had found along the way. She knew that this was only the beginning of her adventures, and that the light of the Starkeeper would guide her wherever she went. And so, beneath the star-studded sky, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world and the magic that lay within her heart. As the village slumbered, the gentle whisper of the forest echoed through the night, a promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. Story 29. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across an endless canvas of midnight blue, lay the planet of Viridian. Renowned for its lush green landscapes and serene azure lakes, Viridian was a haven of tranquility. Its skies were often painted with the gentle auroras that danced in the atmosphere, casting a soothing glow over the world below. The Viridians, the planet's indigenous inhabitants, were known for their gentle, nurturing nature and deep connection to the natural world. On a particularly tranquil morning, a small, silvery spacecraft descended through the wispy clouds, its polished surface reflecting the vibrant hues of the auroras. The ship belonged to an interstellar traveler named Nyx, a curious and adventurous creature from the planet Xylar. Nyx, with her iridescent scales that shimmered in shades of violet and teal, had eyes like liquid silver and a heart full of wanderlust. Her species, the Xylarians, were renowned for their technological prowess and insatiable curiosity, often venturing far and wide in search of knowledge and new experiences. Nyx had landed on Viridian to study its unique ecosystem, hoping to learn from the Viridians' harmonious way of life. As she stepped out of her ship, the soft grass beneath her feet felt cool and comforting, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flora. Nyx wandered through the verdant landscape, her senses alive with wonder. Meanwhile, in a nearby glade, a Viridian named Leora was tending to a cluster of delicate, luminescent flowers. Leora, with her emerald skin and hair like cascading vines, was as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves. Her gentle eyes, the color of morning dew, held a wisdom far beyond her years. She noticed the newcomer, and with an open heart, approached Nyx with a welcoming smile. "Welcome to Viridian, traveler," Leora greeted, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I am Leora, a caretaker of this land. What brings you to our home?" Nyx, surprised by the warm reception, returned the smile. "I am Nyx from Xylar. I've come to learn about your world and its wonders. Your planet is like nothing I've ever seen." As they conversed, their differences became evident. Nyx's analytical mind often clashed with Leora's intuitive understanding of nature. Yet, despite the misunderstandings and occasional disagreements, a bond began to form between them. Nyx marveled at the way Leora could communicate with the creatures of the forest, while Leora was fascinated by the advanced gadgets Nyx carried, marveling at the stories of distant stars and alien landscapes. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was awash with the colors of dusk, a sudden fierce storm swept across the land. The winds howled like restless spirits, and the once placid lakes churned with turbulence. Nyx and Leora found themselves seeking refuge in a small, cozy cave nestled within the hills. As rain drummed against the earth outside, they huddled together for warmth. Nyx, feeling a pang of homesickness, shared tales of her own world, where crystal spires pierced the sky and the nights were illuminated by twin moons. Leora listened intently, her heart opening further to her new friend's experiences. "I've never faced a storm like this," Nyx admitted, her voice barely audible over the clamor outside. "On Xylar, we have shelters that protect us from everything. I feel vulnerable here." Leora gently placed a comforting hand on Nyx's, her touch as calming as the gentle rain. "We may not have your technology, but we have each other. Sometimes facing the storm together makes us stronger." Through the night, they shared stories and laughter, their fears dissipating like mist in the morning sun. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving the world fresh and glistening. The shared experience had deepened their friendship, and they emerged from the cave, united in their journey. Days turned into weeks, and the two companions faced various challenges together. They navigated dense, mystical forests, crossed shimmering rivers, and even encountered creatures that seemed to spring from the pages of a fairy tale. Each adventure strengthened their bond, as they learned to rely on one another's strengths and embrace their differences. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the shade of a towering ancient tree, Nick spoke with newfound insight. "I've always thought knowledge was the greatest treasure, but now I see that friendship is just as valuable. It's like a bridge between worlds, connecting hearts despite the distances." Leora nodded, her eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. "True friendship is a journey of the soul, Nix. It teaches us to see the world through different eyes and opens our hearts to endless possibilities." As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the land, Nix realized it was time to continue her voyage across the stars. Yet, her heart was heavy with the thought of leaving Viridian and her dear friend behind. "I must return to my travels, Leora," Nix said, her voice tinged with sadness. "But I will carry the memory of our time together wherever I go." Leora embraced Nix with warmth and affection. "You will always have a place here, my friend. And remember, the bond we've formed will forever light your path, no matter how far you roam." With a final farewell, Nix boarded her ship, her heart filled with gratitude for the lessons learned and the friendship forged. As she soared into the starlit sky, she looked back at the planet she had come to love, knowing that the ties of friendship would forever unite their worlds. And so, in that vast, wondrous galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended the stars and left an indelible mark on their hearts. As Nyx journeyed onwards, she carried with her the warmth of Viridian, a light that would guide her through the cosmos, reminding her always of the power of kindness and the strength found in unity. Story 30? Once in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small shop known as Whimsy's Wonders. It was a place of curious delights, where shelves brimmed with trinkets that sparkled in the sunlight and whispered stories to those who listened closely. The shop was run by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Whimsy, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets he kept. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was known for her insatiable curiosity, her pockets always filled with bits of nature's wonders, peculiar stones, fallen feathers, and once even a tiny bird's nest. As Clara meandered through the aisles, her fingers brushed against the smooth wood of a peculiar box. It was unassuming at first glance, made of dark oak with a single brass latch. But as she opened it, a soft, lilting melody floated into the air, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. Inside lay a small, intricately carved wooden bird. Mr. Whimsy, who had been observing from behind the counter, approached with a gentle smile. "Ah, you found the songbird of solace," he said, his voice a soft melody itself. "It is said to hold a secret, a magic that reveals itself only to those who truly need it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the songbird home. That night, as she lay in bed, the bird began to hum softly, a tune that seemed to carry the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves. Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, and a sudden feeling of peace washed over her. The next morning, Clara awoke with a sense of purpose. She felt drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place she had often explored but never fully understood. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the songbird's melody played faintly in her mind, guiding her steps. Along her path, Clara encountered a gentle deer with eyes like glistening pools. "Hello, little one," the deer greeted her, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Lyra, keeper of the forest's wisdom. What brings you to our realm?" Clara shared her journey, the songbird's song echoing in her heart. Lyra nodded knowingly. The songbird seeks a guardian, someone who can hear the forest's call and walk its paths with grace. As Clara continued her journey, she met more of the forest's inhabitants. There was Bramble, the wise old fox, who taught her the art of listening to the silence between the trees, and Willow, the lively squirrel, who showed her the beauty of seeing the world from different heights and perspectives. Each encounter enriched Clara's understanding, and she began to see the forest not just as a collection of trees and creatures, but as a living, breathing entity with stories of its own. But the true challenge came one misty morning when Clara found herself at the edge of the enchanted glade, a place known only in whispers. The glade was veiled in a silvery mist, and within it a grand oak tree stood, ancient and wise. As Clara approached, the songbird's melody grew louder, harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook. The oak tree spoke, its voice deep and resonant. To enter the glade, you must answer this. What is the song that binds us all? Clara closed her eyes, feeling the forest's pulse through the soles of her feet. She thought of Lyra, Bramble, Willow, and all she had learned. With a soft smile, she whispered, "It is the song of harmony, of life and connection. It is the melody that weaves through every leaf, every breath, and every heartbeat." The mist parted, revealing the glade in all its splendor. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering like jewels. In the center, a pool of crystal-clear water reflected the sky, a mirror of tranquility. Clara stepped into the glade, her heart light and her spirit full. She knew then that the songbird of solace had chosen her not just to hear its song, but to share it with the world. It was a song of peace, of understanding, and of the gentle magic that lay in every corner of the earth. As Clara made her way home, the forest seemed to sing with her, each step a note in the symphony of life. She returned to Willowbrook, her heart forever changed, carrying with her the wisdom of the woods and the melody of the songbird. And so in the quiet moments of the night, when the world was hushed and the stars shone brightly, Clara would take out the songbird, let its soothing melody fill her room, and remember the journey that taught her the true magic of the world, a magic found not in spells or potions, but in the simple beauty of connection, kindness, and understanding. Thus, in the gentle glow of moonlight, Clara drifted to sleep, her dreams woven with the soft notes of the songbird's lullaby and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 31. In the heart of the ancient Whisperwood forest, where the canopy of trees formed a cathedral of emerald and gold, the creatures of the earth lived in a harmony as old as the forest itself. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of dancing shadows on the forest floor, while a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and damp earth. This was a place where the air tasted of magic, where the rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the past, and the babbling brook sang lullabies to the stones. In Whisperwood, the creatures lived by the rhythms of the seasons, each taking on a role in the grand tapestry of life. Among these creatures was a wise old fox named Renard, whose fur was touched with the silver of many winters. He was known as the Keeper of Tales, for he held within his heart the stories and wisdom passed down through countless generations. Renard's den was nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak, a tree so vast and venerable that its bark bore the etchings of time. One cool autumn day, as the leaves began to turn the hues of fire and sunset, Renard gathered the creatures of the forest for their seasonal council. The air was crisp with the promise of change, and the forest was alive with the chatter of anticipation. The council convened in a clearing where shafts of light turned the fallen leaves into a carpet of gold. There, sitting upon a moss-covered stone, was Renard. Rabbits, squirrels, deer, and even a wise old owl perched above, all gathered to hear the fox speak. "My dear friends," Renard began, his voice as smooth and warm as the summer breeze, "we stand upon the cusp of another season. As the world turns, so must we. The balance of our forest depends upon each of us playing our part." The creatures nodded, their eyes wide with respect and curiosity. Among them was a young rabbit named Lila, whose ears perked up eagerly. She had always been fascinated by the tales Renard told, and she longed to learn the secrets of the forest. "But how do we know what our part is, Renard?" Lila ventured, her voice as soft as the rustle of grass. Renard chuckled, a sound like the gentle crackle of a hearth. "Ah, young Lila, that is a question as old as the forest itself. Our roles are not set in stone, but written in the stars and the wind. They are revealed to us through the wisdom of the seasons." He gestured to the forest around them. "In spring, the earth awakens from its slumber, and we celebrate new beginnings. In summer, we bask in abundance and growth. Autumn brings reflection and preparation, while winter teaches us the value of rest and renewal. As Renard spoke, the creatures listened intently, their hearts attuned to the rhythm of his words. The forest seemed to echo his wisdom, each rustling leaf and creaking branch a testament to the cycles of life. But remember, Renard continued, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge, harmony is not a gift, but a choice. It is found in the kindness we show one another, in the respect we give to the earth and its creatures. It is the understanding that we are all connected, part of a greater whole. Lila pondered this, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. She understood now that her place in the forest was not about grand gestures or heroic deeds, but the small acts of kindness and care she could offer each day. As the council came to a close, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and indigo. The creatures slowly dispersed, each carrying with them the wisdom of the Keeper of Tales. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the forest settled into a gentle slumber, Lila curled up in her burrow, her heart warm with the knowledge that she was a part of something beautiful and eternal. And so the Whisperwood Forest continued to thrive in its timeless dance of seasons, a place where magic lingered in every breath, and the harmony of nature was both a lesson and a gift. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their trunks thick with the tales of centuries, there was a hidden sanctuary known only to those who truly listened. The forest was a mosaic of vibrant greens and earthy browns, each leaf and twig whispering secrets of the past to those willing to hear. This was a place where the natural world flourished in harmony, where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like sunlight through the canopy. At the center of this forest lay a crystal-clear pond, its surface as smooth and still as the finest glass. On quiet mornings, when the mist rolled in from the distant hills, the pond seemed to breathe, exhaling gentle wisps of vapor that mingled with the crisp, fresh air. This pond was said to be the heart of the forest, a place where the spirits of nature gathered to replenish their strength and where the magic of the seasons found its balance. Among the inhabitants of this forest was a wise old tortoise named Brindle. His shell was a tapestry of earthy hues, each mark and groove a testament to the many years he had wandered the forest paths. Brindle's eyes were gentle and knowing, reflecting the serene depths of the pond he loved so dearly. He moved with the deliberate grace of one who had learned patience from the slow turning of seasons. Brindle had a special bond with a young hare named Willow. Willow was quick and curious, her fur a soft blend of white and gray, like the first flurries of snow that heralded winter. She darted through the underbrush with nimble ease, her bright eyes ever watchful for the wonders the forest held. Despite their differences, Brindle and Willow shared a friendship as deep as the roots of the ancient trees around them. One golden autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned shades of amber and crimson, Willow bounded up to Brindle, who was basking in a patch of sun-dappled warmth near the pond. "Brindle," she called, her voice as light as the breeze rustling the fallen leaves, "I found something curious near the old oak grove." "What is it, dear Willow?" Brindle asked, his voice as steady as the earth itself. "It's a peculiar light," Willow explained, her excitement bubbling over. "It dances like fireflies, but it's not dusk yet, and it seems to come from the ground itself." Intrigued, Brindle rose slowly, his joints creaking in protest, but his spirit eager for discovery. "Lead the way, little one," he said, and together they made their way through the forest, the path beneath them a carpet of fragrant pine needles and crisp leaves. As they approached the oak grove, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of rich soil and the tang of impending rain. There, nestled among the roots of a mighty oak, was a cluster of glowing mushrooms. Their light was soft and ethereal, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. It was a sight both magical and mysterious, as if the very earth had decided to share a secret with those who would listen. "What do you think they are?" Willow asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Brindle studied the mushrooms for a moment, his mind reaching back through the years of wisdom he had gathered. "These," he said at last, "are the lantern caps. They appear only when the forest is in perfect harmony, when the balance of life is just right. It is said they are a gift from the earth to remind us of the peace that comes from living in tune with nature. Willow sat beside Brindle, her heart swelling with the beauty of it all. "So the forest is happy?" she asked softly. "Indeed," Brindle replied, a smile in his voice. "The forest thrives when each creature, each plant, and each drop of rain fulfills its role. Just as we find joy in our friendship, the forest finds joy in balance." As they sat together, a gentle rain began to fall, its drops creating ripples on the pond's surface. The sound was a soft lullaby, lulling the forest into a deeper peace. The lantern caps continued to glow, their light a gentle beacon in the gathering dusk. In the days that followed, Brindle and Willow shared the story of the lantern caps with their forest friends. The birds sang of it in their dawn chorus, and the squirrels chattered about it as they gathered acorns for the winter. It became a tale passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that lay in harmony and balance. As winter approached, the forest donned its cloak of snow, blanketing the world in quiet serenity. Brindle and Willow often visited the pond, where the lantern caps still glowed beneath the snow, their light a promise of the life that would return with spring. And so the forest continued to thrive, a haven of peace and magic, where the wisdom of the old and the curiosity of the young met in gentle harmony. The balance of nature, like the friendship between Brindle and Willow, was a gift to be cherished, a reminder that even the smallest creatures played a part in the grand tapestry of life. With each season, the forest renewed its promise of balance, teaching all who lived within its embrace that true magic lies in living gently and with purpose, in the quiet strength of nature's wisdom, and in the enduring bonds of friendship. As the stories of the forest spread, they carried with them a whisper of hope, a gentle reminder that harmony and peace are always within reach, if only we listen. Story 33. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, the air was filled with the gentle symphony of rustling branches and distant birdsong. This was a place where the whispering wind carried secrets, and the forest floor was a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, weaving intricate patterns in shades of green and gold. Here in this verdant realm, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of their ancestors. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Soren, known for his gentle demeanor and the stories etched into the ridges of his shell. Soren had lived through countless seasons, witnessing the ebb and flow of life within the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the treetops in a riot of reds and golds, Soren set out on his daily walk. The forest was alive with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the cool, invigorating breeze that heralded the change of seasons. As he ambled along a well-worn path, he came upon a gathering of creatures under the warm embrace of a sprawling oak. There was Arya, the silver-furred rabbit, with eyes as bright as the morning dew, and Thistle, the fox with a coat like autumn fire. Perched on a low branch was Luna, the wise owl whose feathers shimmered with every turn of her head. They were deep in conversation, their voices a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the forest's melody. "Good morning, friends," Soren greeted, his voice as soothing as the lapping of a gentle brook. "What brings you to this fine gathering?" "Good morning, Soren," Arya replied, her voice as soft as a breeze through the meadow grass. "We were just discussing the strange happenings in the forest. The stream has been running more swiftly than usual, and the winds have taken on a peculiar chill." Luna nodded, her eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "There is a change in the air, Soren. It feels as though the forest is trying to tell us something." Soren pondered this, his gaze drifting to the canopy above, where light and shadow played in a delicate dance. "The forest speaks in many ways," he said thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is a reminder of the balance we must maintain." The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom woven through Soren's words. "This forest has thrived for generations because of the harmony between all who call it home," Soren continued. "Each season brings its own challenges and gifts, and it is our responsibility to ensure that balance endures." Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head. "How can we help restore this balance, Soren?" "By remembering the lessons of those who came before us," Soren replied, a gentle smile gracing his weathered features. "We must care for the water that nourishes us, the trees that shelter us, and the earth that sustains us. Our actions ripple through the forest like the gentle currents of the stream." Inspired by Soren's wisdom, the creatures resolved to do their part. Arya led a group of rabbits to clear the stream of fallen branches, allowing the water to flow freely once more. Thistle and his fox companions gathered seeds from the forest floor, planting them in sun-dappled clearings to ensure the trees would continue to flourish. Luna spread word among the birds, guiding them to carefully tend to the delicate balance of the forest canopy. As the days passed, the forest responded to the creatures' efforts. The stream returned to its gentle flow, a mirror of the sky above. The trees stood tall and strong, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The creatures felt the shift, a sense of peace and harmony settling over the land like a comforting blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Soren gathered his friends beneath the oak once more. The air was filled with a serene stillness. The forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. "You have all done well," Soren said, his voice a gentle rumble against the backdrop of the evening chorus. "The forest is thriving, and it is because of the care and respect you have shown." The creatures nestled together, warmed by the bonds of friendship and the shared promise to protect their home. As the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above, they felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that the ancient forest would continue to thrive for generations to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the twinkling stars, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the gentle lullaby of the wind. In this harmonious realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures of the forest lived in peace, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. Story 34. In the gentle embrace of a valley where the mountains wore crowns of snow and the rivers sang quiet lullabies, there lay a small village known as Elderglen. This village was cradled by the earth's greenest folds, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming heather, and the sky seemed to stretch endlessly in shades of cerulean blue. In one of the quaint cottages, nestled amidst a grove of whispering pine trees, lived a young woman named Lila. She had eyes the color of mossy stones and hair as dark as the raven's wing, traits she inherited from her grandmother, who had long been the village storyteller. Lila's grandmother, now frail and silver-haired, spoke in a voice like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, sharing tales of their ancestors and the land's deep magic. One chilly autumn evening, as the first golden leaves began to carpet the forest floor, Lila sat by the hearth with her grandmother, the fire casting dancing shadows on the walls. Her grandmother, with hands as delicate as the finest lace, handed Lila a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," her grandmother said softly, "is a gift from your ancestors. It is time for you to learn about our family's legacy." Lila opened the box carefully, and inside she found a pendant shaped like a leaf made of shimmering jade, its veins etched with tiny ancient runes. As she held it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the pendant was alive with history and wisdom. "This pendant," her grandmother continued, "was crafted by our forebears who lived in harmony with the forest and the spirits of the land. It is said to hold the essence of our people, their dreams, and their strength." Curious and eager to learn more, Lila decided to embark on a journey to understand the stories behind the pendant. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with a mix of pride and nostalgia. "Follow the river," she advised, "and let the land guide you." The next morning, the sun rose in a blaze of amber and pink, casting a gentle warmth over Elderglen. Lila set out, her heart filled with anticipation, the pendant resting close to her heart. As she walked along the riverbank, the world seemed to come alive around her. The water murmured secrets, the birds sang wistful melodies, and the trees swayed as if sharing a silent dance. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Lila encountered a wise old owl perched on a branch. Its feathers were as soft as down, and its eyes glowed with age-old knowledge. The owl regarded her with a serene gaze, then spoke in a voice that was both gentle and commanding. "Child of the forest," it hooted softly, "the pendant you carry is a bridge between the past and the present. Listen to the whispers of the trees, for they hold the tales of those who walked this land before you. Lila nodded, feeling a sense of awe and belonging wash over her. She continued her journey, paying heed to the rustling leaves and the soft sigh of the wind. As she walked, she began to understand the language of the forest, a symphony of life and the whispers of time. Eventually, she reached a clearing where an ancient stone circle stood, its surface covered in moss and lichen. This, she knew, was a place of power and remembrance. As she stepped closer, the pendant around her neck began to glow softly, resonating with the energy of the stones. She sat quietly, feeling the presence of her ancestors around her, their spirits woven into the fabric of the earth. Closing her eyes, she could almost hear their voices, gentle and reassuring, telling her of their dreams, their struggles, and their hopes for future generations. Through these shared memories, Lila learned of their deep connection to the land, their respect for its bounty, and their commitment to nurturing it for those who would come after. She understood that her role was not just to inherit this legacy, but to live it, carrying forward their love and wisdom. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the clearing, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She rose, her heart full of gratitude and understanding, and made her way back to Elderglen. The pendant, now a vibrant green, felt like an extension of her own spirit, a reminder of who she was and where she came from. Returning to her grandmother's cottage, Lila embraced the old woman, who smiled with tears of joy in her eyes. "You have found your place in our story," her grandmother whispered. Lila nodded, feeling the warmth of the fire and the love surrounding her. She knew that she would cherish this legacy, nurturing it just as her ancestors had, and passing it on to those who would follow her. She understood now that the pendant was more than a symbol. It was a beacon guiding her through life's gentle waters. As night fell gently over Elderglen, and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila lay in her bed, the pendant resting on her chest, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. She dreamed of the forest, the river, and the eternal dance of life, knowing that she was part of a story that would never end. Story 35. In the velvety darkness of the cosmos, where stars winked like knowing eyes, there was a small planet named Glimmerwell, nestled in a spiral galaxy. It was a place where the grass shimmered with a silvery hue under the twin moons, and the air had a faint scent of lavender, mixed with the tang of distant sea breezes. The inhabitants, known as the Lumina, were gentle creatures with skin that glowed softly, their luminescence a reflection of their emotions. On the other side of this spiral galaxy lay a planet called Gravitas, a land of towering mountains and deep canyons, where the gravity was stronger and the sky was a perpetual twilight. Its inhabitants, the stalwarts, were robust beings with skin as tough as bark, their eyes a deep, reflective blue that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. One day, a Lumina named Leora decided to embark on a journey of exploration to Gravitas. Leora was curious and brave, her heart yearning to understand the mysteries beyond her world. With her skin glowing with excitement, she boarded a small starship made from the translucent leaves of the Glimmerwell trees, which shimmered like crystal in the darkness. Meanwhile, on Gravitas, a stalwart named Thane was preparing for his own journey. Thane was known for his strength and wisdom, yet he felt a stirring within his heart, a desire to see the stars beyond his rugged home. He crafted a vessel from the sturdy stonewood of his planet, a ship that could withstand the challenges of space. By a twist of fate, their paths were destined to cross when a cosmic storm, sudden and wild, swept through the galaxy. The storm sent Leora's starship spiraling off course, and she found herself crash-landing in the dense forests of Gravitas. As luck would have it, Thane, who had just set off on his journey, witnessed the descent of the glowing ship and rushed to aid the traveler. When Leora emerged from her vessel, her glow dimmed with uncertainty. She found herself face to face with Thane. The stalwart loomed large, his presence imposing yet steadying. At first there was a moment of mutual misunderstanding. Leora, accustomed to the gentle ways of her people, found Thane's gruff voice startling, and Thane, unaccustomed to the Lumina's glow, was momentarily blinded. "Why do you shine so?" Thane asked, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "It is our way," Leora replied softly, her voice like the whisper of wind through leaves. "Our glow reflects our emotions." Thane nodded slowly, intrigued. "And what emotion is it that you display now?" "Curiosity, and perhaps a little fear," she admitted, her glow flickering like a candle's flame. Thane's eyes softened, and he reached out a hand, his touch gentle despite his strength. "Fear not, traveler. This land may seem harsh, but it has its beauty." And so began their journey together, two souls from different worlds, learning to navigate the terrain of gravitas and the terrain of their own hearts. As they traveled, they faced many challenges, from treacherous ravines that required Thane's strength to cross, to delicate crystal bridges where Leora's light guided their way. One evening, as they rested beneath the shadow of a great rock formation that glowed under the twilight sky, Leora shared stories of her home. She spoke of the shimmering fields of Glimmerwell, of the gentle songs of her people that filled the air like a soothing balm. Thane listened intently, his heart warmed by her words. In return, Thane spoke of the resilience of his people, of their deep connection to the earth and their traditions of storytelling by the communal fires. Leora was captivated by tales of courage and endurance, her glow brightening with admiration. As the days turned into weeks, their initial misunderstandings gave way to a deep understanding and respect. They learned to anticipate each other's needs, to work in harmony despite their differences. Thane learned to read the subtle changes in Leora's glow, while Leora found comfort in Thane's steadfast presence. One day, while traversing a particularly steep canyon, Leora slipped, her glow flaring with alarm. Without hesitation, Thane reached out, his grip firm and reassuring as he pulled her to safety. "Thank you," she whispered, her glow warm with gratitude. "It is what friends do," Thane replied, a rare smile gracing his rugged features. Their journey continued, the bond between them growing stronger with each shared challenge and moment of mutual support. They discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, rooted in understanding and trust. Finally, their journey brought them to the edge of gravitas, where the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors as the setting suns dipped below the horizon. Leora's starship, repaired and ready, awaited her return. As she prepared to leave, Leora turned to Thane, her glow soft and heartfelt. "I will never forget this journey, or the friend I found along the way." Thane nodded, his eyes reflecting the twilight sky. "Nor will I. You have shown me the light, Leora, and for that I am grateful." With a final embrace, she boarded her ship, her heart full of the memories they had created together. As the vessel rose into the sky, Thane watched until it was but a speck of light among the stars, knowing that the bond they had forged would endure, a beacon of friendship shining across the galaxy. And so, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the darkest corners of the universe, light can be found in the hearts of those who dare to reach out to one another. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Ira explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lyra exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lyra?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lyra clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lyra summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. "Thank you, dear Thistle and Lyra," Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights." As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. "Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need." And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the Lumina sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear Lumina sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The Lumina sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The Lumina sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 84. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lay a small, unassuming antique shop. The shop, with its faded blue shutters and a sign swinging gently in the breeze that read "Curios and Wonders," was run by a kind old man named Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Whitaker had a penchant for collecting objects with stories, though few visitors believed the tales he spun about them. One chilly autumn afternoon, As golden leaves danced to the ground, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had always been drawn to places filled with stories and secrets. Her curiosity was matched only by her gentle heart, which seemed to see the world in hues of wonder and possibility. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities. Shelves bowed under the weight of dusty books, peculiar trinkets, and clocks that ticked in harmony like a soft symphony. But among all these marvels, it was a small, ornate mirror tucked into a corner that caught Clara's eye. The mirror was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its frame was etched with intricate patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and the glass itself seemed to shimmer with a soft inner light. As Clara leaned in closer, she noticed something extraordinary. Her reflection was smiling back at her, even though she hadn't smiled. "Oh, you found the Mirror of Echoes," Mr. Whitaker said, his voice as warm and crackling as a fireplace on a winter's night. He stepped beside her, his eyes twinkling with the joy of sharing a secret. "It's said to reflect not just your image, but your true self. It's a mirror of the heart." Intrigued and enchanted, Clara asked if she could hold it. The mirror was surprisingly light in her hands, and as she gazed into it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest, as if the mirror was whispering stories only she could hear. "Take care of it, dear," Mr. Whitaker advised softly. "It holds magic, but it can only reveal what you are ready to see." With the mirror safely wrapped in a velvet cloth, Clara thanked Mr. Whitaker and set off toward the lakeside, where she often spent her afternoons dreaming and skipping stones. The path to the lake was lined with towering oaks, their branches forming a cozy canopy overhead. As Clara walked, she felt the mirror grow warmer, and when she paused to look into it again, she saw not the familiar path, but a road she had never traveled. The road in the mirror was winding and lined with unfamiliar trees, their leaves shimmering with colors Clara had never seen, hues of sapphire, emerald, and gold. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, she wondered where it might lead. Just then, a soft voice broke the silence. "It's the path of heart's desire," said the voice, belonging to a small, winged creature perched on a branch above. It was a fairy, its wings glistening with dew and sunlight. Clara blinked in surprise. "A fairy? I've never met one before." The fairy chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, but the mirror has chosen you, Clara. I'm Lila, a guardian of this path. It appears the mirror has shown you a journey you must take." "But I don't understand," Clara confessed. "I didn't know I had a heart's desire." "Ah," Lila replied gently, fluttering down to sit on Clara's shoulder. "Sometimes our true desires are hidden even from ourselves. The path will reveal it to you. All you need is the courage to follow." With a nod and a heart full of curiosity, Clara stepped forward, guided by the vision in the mirror. The path led her through a landscape that seemed to pulse with life. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. Clara walked for what felt like hours, yet she never grew tired. Each step felt light, as if she floated on a current of purpose. Along the way, Clara met several companions. There was a wise old turtle named Tobias, who shared stories of the stars and the moon, teaching her the importance of patience and perspective. Then there was Pippa, a lively squirrel with a knack for finding hidden treasures in the forest, who showed Clara the joy of discovering the small wonders in life. Together they journeyed deeper into the heart of this magical world, where even the stones seemed to hum with ancient songs. Clara felt her heart swell with a sense of belonging and wonder, as if each encounter was a piece of a puzzle, revealing more of her own heart's desires. Eventually, the path led them to a crystal-clear stream, its waters glistening under the gentle gaze of the sun. Here Clara paused, feeling an unspoken question tug at her heart. She looked into the mirror once more, hoping for guidance. In its depths she saw the reflection of a village, her village, but it was not as she had left it. The people were gathered in the square, their faces clouded with worry. Clara realized with a start that she had been so caught up in her own journey, she had forgotten the needs of her home. "I must return," she said softly, understanding now that her heart's desire was not just about her own joy, but about bringing joy and peace to others. Her journey had shown her the importance of connection, of community, and the magic of sharing one's discoveries with the world. Her companions nodded in understanding, and with a fond farewell, they watched as Clara turned back. As she retraced her steps, the path felt different, not because it had changed, but because she had. When she finally emerged from the enchanted woods, Clara found herself back at the lakeside. The village was just as she had seen in the mirror, but now she was ready. With the wisdom of Tobias, the joy of Pippa, and the courage gifted by the mirror, Clara knew she could help bring light and hope to her village. As she walked into the square, the villagers turned to her, their faces hopeful and curious. Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of the mirror in her hand and the warmth of friendship in her heart. She began to share her stories, the tales of wonder and wisdom she had gathered on her journey. The villagers listened, their worries melting away like morning mist in the sun. And in that moment, Clara understood that the true magic of the mirror was not just in revealing one's heart, but in opening it to others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow over the village, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered her heart's desire, and in doing so had found her place in the world, a place where stories and kindness wove together, creating a tapestry of warmth and wonder. And so, with the village aglow with newfound hope and friendship, Clara's journey came to a gentle close. The mirror, resting now on her bedside, continued to shimmer with the light of possibilities, a reminder that magic was always there, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to listen. As night fell, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, the whispers of the forest and the laughter of her friends echoing softly in her dreams. The village was safe and warm, wrapped in the embrace of stories, and the stars twinkled overhead, a promise of more adventures to come. And in the quiet of the night, the mirror of echoes rested too, content in the knowledge that its magic had found a worthy guardian. Story 85. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales, playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, She set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable. Treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 86, Story 87, Story 88, Story 89, Story 90, Story 91, Story 92, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lumina. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 93. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephira, there lay a small, unassuming village known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephira, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephira, whose people, the Zephirites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephirites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephira's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephirite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Kelon in turn spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Aetherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 97. Story 98. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 99. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the Whispering Woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue? Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise. The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective. With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and the whispering winds of the ancient forest, lay the village of the Glen. This was no ordinary village. It existed in harmony with the forest's enchanting magic, where the boundaries between the real and the mystical were as thin as morning mist. The air in the village of the Glen was perpetually tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Streams of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches that shifted with the breeze. The villagers, a gentle folk, shared their home with creatures of the forest, both ordinary and enchanted, living in a symphony of coexistence. Among them was a gentle-hearted woodcarver named Finn, known for his kind eyes and the warmth of his spirit. His hands, roughened by years of work, could transform simple pieces of wood into the most intricate carvings. Finn lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the whispering leaves and the song of the brook played a constant melody. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn awoke to an unusual sight. A delicate creature perched on his windowsill, its wings shimmering like spun silver in the early light. It was a sylph, a rare and ethereal being of the forest, known to appear only when the balance of nature was in peril. "Finn," the sylph whispered, her voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "The harmony of our forest is threatened. The seasons have begun to falter, and the creatures are losing their song." Finn listened with a heart full of understanding. He knew the tales of old, passed down through generations, stories of the forest's magic, intertwined with the cycles of the moon and the dance of the seasons. He had heard of times when nature's balance was disturbed, and how it was always restored through wisdom and unity. "What must be done?" Finn asked, his voice steady with resolve. "You must seek the heart of the forest," the sylph replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "There, you will find the source of the imbalance and the guidance to restore it." Without hesitation, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small bundle with essentials: a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a woolen cloak to ward off the forest's chill. As he set off, the villagers gathered to wish him well. their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves in a chorus of support. The path to the heart of the forest was not marked on any map, for it was a journey of intuition and connection with the natural world. Finn walked beneath the arching boughs, his senses attuned to the subtle signs that would guide him. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant hoot of an owl settling to sleep, their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's life. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss thickened, mingling with the crisp scent of autumn leaves underfoot. He walked for hours, pausing only to listen to the stories the wind carried, a tale of shifting seasons and restless earth. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a timeless embrace. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature converged, pulsing with life and wisdom. Finn approached the oak, his heart open to its silent teachings. As he rested his hand against the rough bark, a gentle warmth spread through him, and he felt the presence of countless generations whispering their secrets. In the stillness, the voice of the forest spoke to him, a soft hum that resonated deep within his soul. It was a melody of seasons, of rain and sunshine, of growth and rest. Finn understood then that the balance had shifted because the forest's natural rhythm had been disrupted. The winter had lingered too long, and the spring was hesitant to begin its dance. The solution was simple, yet profound. Finn needed to rekindle the dance of the seasons. With the guidance of the forest's wisdom, he crafted a small wooden flute, its surface adorned with carvings of leaves and spirals. As he played a tune, the notes wove through the air like tendrils of mist, carrying with them the promise of change. The forest responded. The air shimmered with anticipation, and the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the melody. Gradually, the chill of winter lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring. Buds unfurled on branches, and the symphony of birdsong resumed its joyful chorus. Finn returned to the village of the glen, where the villagers greeted him with open arms and grateful hearts. The sylph appeared once more, her smile as radiant as the spring sun. "You have restored the harmony," she said, her voice a caress of gratitude. The village celebrated with a feast, sharing tales and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Finn, seated by the crackling fire, felt the comforting weight of the sylph's gift, a small silver leaf that glimmered with magic. It was a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. And so the village of the glen continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest. The seasons turned in their gentle cycle, each one a reminder of the delicate balance and the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. As the fires burned low and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the forest hummed its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of the night. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth, and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the Petal Weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The Petal Weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The Petal Weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the Petal Weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The Petal Weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night, they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the Petal Weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willow Brook, the Petal Weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the Petal Weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the Petal Weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and a particular fondness for stories that spoke of magic and wonder. Lila's favorite place was the village's small yet enchanting library, where she spent many afternoons among the dust-mottled shelves, lost in tales of faraway lands. One breezy autumn day, as golden leaves danced in the crisp air, Lila discovered a book unlike any she had seen before. It was tucked away in a forgotten corner, its cover worn with age but shimmering subtly in the dim light. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book, and to her amazement, a delicate silver key slipped from its pages, landing softly on the wooden floor with a gentle chime. The librarian, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes named Mrs. Wren, noticed Lila's find. "Ah," she said, her voice smooth as honey, "you've discovered the key of whispers. It is said to unlock secrets that lie beneath the surface of what we perceive." With Mrs. Wren's encouragement, Lila took the key home, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of apprehension. That night, as moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Lila examined the key closely. It felt warm in her hand, almost alive, whispering promises of hidden wonders. The following morning, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Lila set off on a path through the woods behind her home. She walked for some time, guided by an inexplicable pull, until she reached an ancient oak with a gnarled trunk and sprawling branches. At its base, half buried beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, lay a small, intricately carved wooden door, just the right size for the key. Holding her breath, Lila inserted the silver key into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, illuminated by warm, flickering lights. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Lila descended into the unknown. At the bottom, she found herself in a vast, underground chamber filled with an array of curious objects. A globe that spun on its own, a harp playing a soft, melodic tune, and jars of swirling colors that danced in their containers. But it was the mirror at the far end of the room that caught her attention. Its surface shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the morning sun. As Lila approached, the mirror's reflection began to shift, showing not her own image, but a scene of the village she so dearly loved. However, in the reflection, the village was dull and colorless, the joy and life seemingly drained away. Beside the mirror stood two peculiar figures. The first, a tiny plump gnome with a bushy beard and a perpetual grin, introduced himself as Binkle. The second, a slender, graceful fairy whose wings sparkled like dew-kissed petals at dawn, was named Era. "Welcome, Lila," Binkle said with a jovial tone, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "This mirror reveals the heart of Willowbrook. It seems your village is in need of a little magic." Ira nodded, her voice soft and melodic. "Something has dimmed the spirit of Willowbrook, and only someone with a pure heart and wise mind can restore its light." Layla, feeling a sense of purpose welling within her, asked, "How can I help?" "The answer lies in understanding," Ira replied. "You must learn to see beyond the surface, to listen to the whispers of the world around you." With their guidance, Lila embarked on a journey through the chamber, each object a lesson in perception and insight. The globe taught her that the world is interconnected, each action creating ripples that affect the whole. The harp revealed the harmony in diversity, where different notes blend to create a beautiful melody. The jars of colors showed her the beauty in differences, how each shade adds to the richness of life. As Lila absorbed these lessons, the mirror's reflection began to change, colors slowly seeping back into the village scene. Yet, there was still a lingering shadow, a reminder of something unresolved. Binkle and Ira encouraged Lila to look deeper, to find the source of the shadow. With newfound wisdom, she realized the shadow was born of misunderstandings and fears that had crept into the hearts of the villagers, causing them to lose sight of the kindness and unity that once defined their home. Determined to dispel the shadow, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she began sharing the lessons she had learned. She spoke with her neighbors, fostering conversations that brought to light hidden fears and misconceptions. Slowly, understanding blossomed, like a garden nurtured by the warmth of the sun. As the villagers opened their hearts, the shadow began to lift, and the mirror in the chamber below the oak reflected a vibrant, lively Willowbrook once more. The air was filled with laughter, and the village thrummed with the gentle pulse of community and love. With her mission complete, Lila returned to the ancient oak, where Binkle and Ira awaited her. The silver key glowed warmly in her hand, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the changes she had inspired. "You have done well, Lila," Ira said, her voice like a soft breeze. "Remember, the greatest magic lies within the heart, in kindness and understanding." Binkle added with a wink, "And never forget the wonders that can be found when you dare to look beyond." With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to her new friends, knowing that their lessons would stay with her always. As she walked back to her village, the sun setting in a blaze of colors, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The silver key, now a cherished keepsake, found its place on Lila's bedside table, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure that began with a single, unexpected discovery. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the warmth of friendship and the promise of new wonders cocooned her in a comforting embrace, the whispers of magic echoing softly in her dreams. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and whispered secrets to the sky, there lay a quaint little village called Starlight Hollow. This village was like no other, for it was nestled within a magical glen where the air always smelled faintly of honey and lavender, and the skies were forever painted with the soft hues of twilight. The villagers lived in charming thatched cottages, surrounded by gardens filled with flowers that glowed softly under the moonlight. One brisk autumn evening, a peculiar thing began to happen in Starlight Hollow. As the villagers went about their nightly routines, they noticed that the gentle glow of the moonflowers in their gardens began to flicker, as if a mischievous wind was playing tricks on them. But the air was still. Not even a leaf trembled. The flickering continued, and soon a strange melody, sweet yet distant, filled the air. It was a tune unlike any the villagers had heard before, seeping into their dreams and painting them with colors of mystery and wonder. Concerned and curious, two of the village's most inquisitive minds, young Finn and his best friend Lila, decided to investigate. Finn was a bright-eyed boy with a penchant for adventure, and Lila was known for her keen sense of observation and calm demeanor. Together they were quite the team, having solved many a small mystery in their village. As they set out under the starlit sky, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns hanging from the trees, they felt a sense of excitement tinged with just a hint of mystery. Their first stop was the home of Elder Willow, the wise and gentle guardian of the village, who was known for her vast knowledge of the magical woods. Her cottage was a cozy haven, filled with shelves of ancient books and jars of colorful potions. The air inside was warm, carrying the scent of cinnamon and pine. "Elder Willow," Lila began as they entered, "we've come to seek your guidance. The moonflowers are flickering, and there's a melody in the air that we can't quite place." Elder Willow, with her silver hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the enchanted lullaby," she mused softly, her voice like a gentle stream. "It has been many years since it was last heard. It is said to be the song of the moonlit minstrels, magical creatures who travel the skies painting the night with their music." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "But why would they come here now?" Elder Willow smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "That, my dear children, is the true mystery. Perhaps they seek something or someone in our village. You may need to discover what they desire to understand their song." Inspired, Finn and Lila thanked Elder Willow and ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the flickering glow of the moonflowers and the haunting melody. They followed the sound as it grew stronger, leading them to a small, secluded clearing they had never seen before. Here, the moonlight was brighter, dancing like silver on the leaves. At the center of the clearing sat a curious creature, no larger than a rabbit, with fur that shimmered like stardust. It was a moonlit minstrel, its eyes as deep and endless as the night sky. The creature strummed a delicate harp made of moonbeams, crafting melodies that floated on the wind. Cautiously, Lila approached, her voice gentle. "Hello, little minstrel. We are from Starlight Hollow and wish to help you if we can." The minstrel paused, its eyes meeting hers. In a voice as soft as a whispering breeze, it spoke. "We are searching for the lost Echo Stone, a gem that holds our song. Without it, our music fades, and our journey cannot continue." Finn and Lila exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew they had to find this Echo Stone. "Do you know where it might be?" Finn asked. The minstrel nodded, pointing with its tiny paw towards the heart of the whispering woods. "In the Grove of Echoes, where the ancient oaks stand, you may find what you seek." With a newfound determination, Finn and Lila set off towards the Grove of Echoes. The path was winding and the woods grew denser, but they felt a comforting presence guiding them. As they walked, they noticed how the trees seemed to sway gently, as if encouraging them onwards. Soon they arrived at the grove, a circle of ancient oaks that stood like guardians of time. In the center, the ground was covered in a soft, mossy carpet, and there, glinting faintly in the moonlight, lay the Echo Stone, a beautiful gem that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. Carefully, Lila picked up the stone, feeling a warm pulse of energy within it. "This must be it," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. As they turned to leave, a gentle breeze swept through the grove, carrying with it a harmonious chorus of whispers. It was as if the trees themselves were singing their gratitude. Back in the clearing, the moonlit minstrel awaited them, its eyes hopeful. When Lila placed the Echo Stone gently beside it, the minstrel's harp began to play once more, the melody now richer and more vibrant than before. The air filled with the sound of 1,000 starry nights, wrapping around Finn and Lila like a comforting embrace. "Thank you," the minstrel sang softly, its voice a melody in itself. "You have restored our song and allowed us to continue our journey across the skies." Finn and Lila watched as the minstrel, now joined by a chorus of its kin, ascended into the night, their music painting the sky with a tapestry of stars and dreams. The village below glowed with a renewed light, the moonflowers blooming brighter than ever. As they made their way back to Starlight Hollow, Finn and Lila felt a deep sense of fulfillment. They had not only solved the mystery, but had also formed a bond with the magical creatures of their world. The gentle lesson of understanding and helping others had woven itself into their hearts, like a cherished lullaby. Back in their own beds, with the soft glow of the moonflowers outside their windows, Finn and Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with the sweet music of the moonlit minstrels and the comforting knowledge that all was right in their enchanted world. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. In a land where twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, there lay a quaint village nestled within the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. The village, known as Glimmerbrook, was a place where magic wove through the air like a soft melody, and the trees whispered their ancient secrets to those who listened with open hearts. In the heart of Glimmerbrook stood a cozy little cottage, its roof thatched with straw and its windows glowing with the warm light of a crackling fire. This was the home of a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. With her bright eyes and a gentle smile, Lila was beloved by all the villagers, known for her curiosity and her knack for solving little mysteries that occasionally sprouted in their enchanted world. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced to the ground in swirling patterns, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved fountain, a grand stone structure adorned with carved woodland creatures, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The fountain, known as the Whispering Spring, was said to hold the whispers of the forest, and its waters were cherished for their soothing, melodic qualities. The villagers gathered around the fountain, murmuring in concern. What could have caused this, they wondered, their voices a gentle hum in the cool evening air. Lila, with her ever-present curiosity, approached the fountain and knelt beside it. She placed a hand on the cool stone, feeling for any vibrations or hidden messages. As she listened closely, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, a sound so soft it could have been the breath of the forest itself. "I believe the forest is trying to tell us something," Lila said softly, her voice carrying a note of determination. "We must find out what it is." With a nod from Eldon, the wise old owl who perched nearby, Lila set off into the whispering woods. Eldon had been her mentor, guiding her with stories of the forest's ancient magic and the creatures that dwelled within it. His feathers were a tapestry of earthy browns and grays, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path was illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, casting a serene blue light across the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around them like a gentle embrace. Before long, they reached the heart of the forest, where a circle of ancient trees stood sentinel. In the center of this grove, a shimmering pool mirrored the starlit sky. This was the Enchanted Glade, a place where the magic of the forest was most potent. Lila knelt by the pool, her reflection mingling with the stars above. "Why has the spring stopped flowing?" she whispered to the water, her voice a gentle ripple in the night. From the depths of the pool, a voice as soft as a breeze emerged, belonging to Nara, the spirit of the forest. "Dear child," she said, her tone as soothing as a lullaby, "the roots of the Whispering Spring have become entangled with the magic of an old spell, forgotten and buried under layers of time." Lila pondered this revelation, her mind a flurry of thoughts. "How can we unravel the spell?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. Eldon, who had been listening intently, hooted softly. "There is a creature in this forest, a keeper of ancient knowledge. Seek the guidance of Maple, the wise old tortoise who dwells near the silver stream." Thanking the spirit of the forest, Lila and Eldon set off toward the silver stream. The journey was pleasant, with the stream's gentle babbling guiding them like a soft melody. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in patches of silvery light. Upon reaching the stream, they found Maple, the tortoise, slowly making her way across the stones that bridged the water. Her shell was covered in intricate patterns, each swirl and line telling stories of the ages she had seen. "Greetings, young one," Maple said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, yet held a warmth that could rival the sun. "What brings you to my stream at this hour?" Lila explained the mystery of the whispering spring and the entangled spell. Maple listened with a thoughtful expression, her wise eyes glinting like polished stones. "Ah, spells of old are like woven tapestries," she mused. "To unravel them, one must find the thread that binds it all together. In this case, the thread is a melody, a song forgotten by time. You must seek the song of the winds, carried by the nightingale who sings at the first light of dawn." With renewed purpose, Lila and Eldon thanked Maple and set out to find the nightingale. As dawn approached, the sky began to blush with shades of pink and gold, heralding the arrival of a new day. The forest awoke with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chorus of waking creatures. In a sun-dappled clearing, they found the nightingale perched upon a branch, its feathers a symphony of russet and cream. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, the nightingale began to sing, a melody so pure and enchanting that it seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the morning. Lila listened intently, her heart resonating with the song's beauty. She closed her eyes, letting the music guide her thoughts. As the song reached its crescendo, she understood the melody's purpose, to harmonize with the magic of the forest and release the tangled spell. With Eldon by her side, Lila returned to the whispering spring. There she hummed the song of the winds, her voice melding with the gentle murmur of the forest. Slowly the spell unraveled, its threads dissolving into the air like morning mist. The water began to flow once more, a cascade of crystal-clear notes that danced and sang as they fell into the fountain's basin. The villagers who had gathered in hopeful anticipation cheered softly, their hearts filled with gratitude. As the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow over Glimmerbrook, Lila stood by the fountain, her heart light and joyful. Eldon perched on her shoulder, a twinkle of pride in his wise eyes. "You've done well, Lila," he said softly, his voice a gentle rustle in the morning breeze. And as the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, the whispering woods seemed to hum with contentment, cradling its secrets and stories in the gentle arms of time. Lila knew that the forest would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, where the smallest whisper could hold the key to the greatest of wonders. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Lila returned to her cottage, where the fire crackled invitingly and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. As she settled into her cozy chair, a soft blanket draped over her shoulders, she knew that the mysteries of Glimmerbrook would always welcome her, like an old friend. And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, with the soothing sounds of the forest as her lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the whispering woods, the whispering ferns and the secret of the silver wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, Remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself. Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter, Orin said, the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings. Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. And then comes summer. Orin continued, when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones. The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. But as the days grow shorter, Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet. Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow, Orin said softly. The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come. Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. But remember, dear Finley, Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony. Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. Thank you, Orin, Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. I will remember your words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, They did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Teros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart.